Hello everyone and welcome to the second stream of the week on this final week of May 2026. Wow. Time flies fast, it really does. But yeah, we're back to a normal schedule again as of this week. Sub Saturdays are back from being sub Fridays. Get your votes locked in for that as well, now that I still remember to mention that. You do have time until the end of tomorrow's stream. Again, it's sub Saturdays now, because tier lists are done for now. And yeah, normal schedule is back, which means when it's a chill week, like this week, I can, besides a Sunday playthrough, do another playthrough of my own choice during the week. So, we're gonna do just that today. Gonna continue on with Higurashi Chapter 2. Funnily enough, the last time I played this game was right before we started those tier lists. So now we can resume right where we left off. In like February, I believe. Man, it's been so many months already. Ay ay ay. Should be hopefully a very wholesome and fun time, as always with this series, right? Yay. Yay! Okay. That's pretty cool. So Pocket React to F8 collab part 2 video. Yeah, I actually saw that too yesterday and I watched it on stream at the end. It was really funny, honestly. I think the best part was when I mentioned that how happy I was that they kept the Rin thigh highs. His face was like, huh? It was like, okay, this guy might be a gooner. You know? And also the other funny part was when he paused to read the chat and it was Mordred saying stuff like segs or something when Rin came on screen. And he was like, huh? Freaking hell. That's funny. Yeah, it was pretty good. You told him he should play FGO. You know, we actually rated him after my, because he was live as well. So when I concluded my stream, we rated him and he gave me a shout out as well. It was pretty funny. And then he asked me if he should play FGO, and I was like, unless you're a big Fate fan, maybe not. It was kind of fun. But yeah, I told him that if he ever wants to try, you know, he can always message me and we can maybe work something out. That'll be funny. So yeah, funny guy he seems to be. Star Rail Pro and all that. Okay. Wait. What happened to Nightbot? Okay, well, interesting with that command right there. That's an unusual amount of dicks, but, you know, sometimes it'll be like that, I guess. How about that? You should have said that's hell you're walking into. Ah, that's too low-hanging fruit, though. But yeah, kind of true, I guess. But yeah, how's everyone doing on this Thursday? Hopefully everything is good. My day is improved. For two reasons, mainly. One, I got my phone fixed. Yay. If you were there on stream yesterday, I mentioned that I got a text message saying the replacement battery for my phone finally came into the shop. So I went there today and it's already fixed. It's very fast and nice. So my phone is now fixed. No longer a bulging, prone to explode battery. We have a nice fresh battery. It's back to slim mode. Feeling good. So that's one reason to be pretty happy about. Reason number two, I finally got a message back again from my sponsor, the one that I already completed, the NTE one, and they finally confirmed that, okay, the invoice is good to go, and yeah, the payment is being sent. It unfortunately might take a while. It's at the latest, it's gonna be like the end of June or something, which I'm gonna guess it probably is gonna be late June, but at least now I have confirmation that everything is good to go. I'm not getting scammed. It's the usual, so it just took them a while to confirm my invoice and everything, so there you go. That's great. Happy to see that. I was kind of stressing out about that. Obviously, it'll be even better when I actually get my payment for realsies, but at least now it's it should be confirmed fully that it's happening. Okay. And now we'll see if the other sponsor responds if it's gonna happen or not. So there you go. Fun happenings. Things to be positive about. That's for sure. So not the worst day so far. Kind of a busy morning because I had to walk to the store, back to my apartment, make some food, walk back to the store because it takes like an hour, and then walk back. So actually was out and about a lot today. Yeah. Got a lot of steps in. Why not? Okay. There you go. Happenings. So yeah, today we're going to be playing more through Higurashi Chapter 2. Not the first session, of course. This is now resuming the chapter. I think we're still pretty early on. If it's anywhere close to the same length as the first chapter, then yeah, we're not even halfway done, I'm pretty sure. So yeah, can't wait to see what's going to happen, because there's a lot of questions, obviously. A lot of weird stuff happening or happened, so we have a lot of questions we need answers for. There you go. Ooh, yay. Also tomorrow, gonna be playing some more competitive stuff. CS2. I'm gonna click some heads, or try to at least. Also tomorrow, we're probably gonna do an impromptu meme review. Okay? So, if you still want me to check something tomorrow on stream, send them to the Reacts forum on Discord. It's called Myst Reacts. It's at the top of the general channels, I believe. Should be around there. So we're gonna go through the backlog tomorrow. Probably at the start of the stream. And then get to clicking some heads, hopefully. Know what the last react was? I don't know either, but we'll figure it out. Yeah, it shouldn't be too hard. Even though I don't remember what it was, when I see stuff, I think I'll remember though. So, yeah. I like more at the moment. Higurashi Umineko. Maybe Umineko. I probably prefer Umineko for now, but I want to make a bit more progress on this because this should be a bit shorter. And, you know, I can always alternate if I want to, because we're gonna do that anyway as is. So, yeah. And this, I believe, came out first anyway. So that's also a reason why I kind of want to do it first. Yeah. But both are really cool. Very interesting stuff. You could have pinned the last React just to bookmark every time. Can you pin stuff on React's forums? Or React's, like, actual forums? I don't know if you can. Maybe you can. Good idea if that's the case, I guess. Do remind me tomorrow. Surely I won't forget. Okay, yeah, tomorrow CS2 and a bit of meme reacts. Then we have Sub Saturday. I think someone asked if there was a reservation already. There is. It's Twisted Wonderland. Ryder sniping that again. After several months, we're back. But we're gonna play another game or two as well. We're even gonna do gacha on Twisted, I'm pretty sure, because I actually have a good amount of rolls, because yeah, if you just log in on certain days, you get free multis, because they have like birthdays and shit. So we can probably do some of that too. And then play through Sunday, we get more Tsukihime. We should absolutely be finishing the Arcade route 100% now. Probably even finishing a bit early. And then we got more Hollow Knight Silk Song. It was chosen to be the replacement for AC6. So yay. Mold is back on the menu. Well, I guess it never left. There's always some kind of mold on Sunday. It's a common theme. I can't help but notice, but honestly, the games are good anyway, so, you know, it's fine. I like the games. Okay. Alright, we should probably get started. I've been yapping for a while now. Oh my. Oh my, oh my. Let's see here. Greetings. It is I. We're so back. Back on Hinamizawa. So let's get going. Did we have any interludes I stopped on, or did I stop on... Okay, I seemingly stopped at the end of a chapter. So let's see, there might be some interludes we didn't go through yet. Yeah, oh, very nice little chime going on here. Oh, it's a wild coin. We got mod action in the chat. How you doing? Welcome, welcome. Let's see, view all new tips. We do have one, and I don't remember if I actually read this one or not, so we should probably just read it just in case anyway. I may have paused before we got to this. So, interlude before we continue the actual chapter. Details of the Delinquent 3. Probably familiar names if I had to guess. Okay. Oh, Mana is here too. Wait, mana and coin join at the same time. That's crazy. Have you ever seen them on the same room, by the way? I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Okay. Delinquents.
クマちゃん、腕を離してあげていいですよ。
So see, these are some randoms, I guess. Let's see if what this is all about. The three people rubbed their arms painfully. Kumagai and the others must have been squeezing them pretty tightly. So they had to use force to detain these delinquents? That's kind of spicy.
お兄さんたち誤解しないでくださいよ。別に逮捕したわけじゃないんだから。クマちゃん、冷蔵庫から冷たいの出してあげてください。
Well, must be nice having someone bring you drinks.
お兄さんたちは
oh, I just realized the window is totally, yeah, because the third line went out. Okay, we gotta fix that. We gotta fix that, first of all. Why is it so huge? It's not fitting at all. Zoop. There we go. That's a bit better. No, it's so big. There you go, now you can see everything, yay. Professional streamer. Actually true though, I noticed immediately. So honestly, you think you're laughing, but I recognized it immediately. Boom. They plunked down onto the reception sofa, and despite not yelling anymore, they still had dangerous expressions. What I'd give to be young again.
飲まないなら私勝手に飲んじゃいますよ。失礼して。
A while since you played. Yeah. I think it was right before we started the tier list, which makes sense because now we're back after the tier list started. Because it was really hard to schedule any weekly playthroughs when we had like -1 day, because one day was always reserved for tier list. But now that we're back to sub Saturdays again, we have 3 weekdays to kind of mess around with. I'm gonna bring these occasional playthroughs back as well. So this week is chill. Now, next week we probably can't do one because there's a new JP update, there's a new Star Rail update, and etc. So chances are, you know, next week we can't do one. But again, whenever there's chill periods, we will bring these back for sure. Okay. Man's gulping down. He's doing the Japanese squeal when you drink something. I feel like it's mandatory apparently.
勤務中に飲むビールが一番美味しいですね。
Thursday's probably Star Rail? Yeah, probably, yeah. Since the JP update is on Wednesday. All the Hotel games are discounted, even the latest one. I have everything besides the latest one, I think. So, I don't really need it. God, my nose. As he downed the beer with glee, the three people exchanged glances, then finally reached out for their hands. But he's having beer on duty? Isn't that illegal? As a police officer? Surely there's some stuff that goes against that. They hadn't stopped being cautious. It was more like they didn't see a reason to refuse. They each opened their cans and began to drink the contents. Also, did he give beer to what I assume are at most high schoolers as well? There's a lot of weird stuff happening right now. What? Unless they got some other drinks. Huh.
Go!
Hey, yo, it's QB, yeah? Hey, yo. TTS working. It was kind of funky yesterday. Oh. It's trying to process at least. Oh. I don't know what's up with the TTS. Oh, it failed. Let's see if I can retry. Well, regardless, thank you for the 27 months, my dude, and welcome back to the Go Gang. Thank you, man. Surely hope nothing bad happens. Yeah, nothing ever bad happens in this series. Nah. I'm just gonna restart the program again. That's helped a little bit yesterday. Okay. You heard their dicks up the ass? There is something going on, alright.
お兄さんたちはどっから来たんです？ここいらの人じゃないで
Oh,
しょ。
they're outsiders. That's bad. You don't want to be an outsider in this town? Oh no. They looked at each other again, suspicious of whether they should tell him.
お兄さんたち大学生？
Oh,
お友達
they
同
might
士？
be of age anyway.
バイクか何かで旅行中だったんでしょうかね。羨ましいなあ。家は近くってわけじゃないんでしょ？どっから来たの？大阪ですかな？
んなのどこでもいいだろ。
まあまあ、そう凄まないで。あのままいたらお兄さん方だってやばかったでしょ？
They seemed to recall the thrilling event from earlier. While they could understand getting surrounded by students or a gang or something along those lines, they would never have been surrounded by locals, both young and old, both men and women before. Well, yeah, I think the TTS might be borked. I don't know what's up with that. Just doesn't process most of the messages. It was easy how scared easy to imagine how scared they must have been.
ここいらの人間ならどんな間違いがあってもひなみ沢の人間には手出ししないですよ。あそこの連中は特殊なんです。
Yo.
子供の喧嘩に親は出てくるな、なんてもんじゃない。
Oh, yeah. This is interesting, because I remember this now. Last time when we played, I think it was our main character, Kun, getting, like, into some trouble. Was it, in fact, was it these guys, actually? It was these, now that I think, it was these guys, yeah. Like, he accidentally bumped one of their bikes or something, and they were about to get, like, their hands dirty on his ass, and then Mion showed up and the whole town just rioted against, like, it was really creepy. Like, it was like they almost kind of like became different people. Like almost like a cult or something. They were like, what are you doing? Don't bother the kid or whatever. So now we're here, I guess. So this is like an alternate POV of what happened afterwards. I remember this now. You even got an achievement for that. It was called Mob Mentality, I believe, for clearing that part. Crazy.
いや、ほんと、脅しでも何でもなく。
So yeah, I guess don't mess around. Fuck around and find out, as they say. I think the TTS is Borg spicy, so good luck with that. I don't think anything is really loading properly. Oh,
Orbital.
never mind.
Space, the final frontier.
Maybe it
These are the
sometimes works.
voyages of Duke Nukem. My continuing mission to explore strange new
Why did you always
things,
post like
to
the
seek
same
out
one?
new aliens and kick their asses.
There you go. They couldn't argue against that. They themselves had been surrounded. They'd seen it fit. They'd seen it with their own eyes. There was no doubt about it. So I guess right now, use TTS at your own discretion because it may or may not load. Sometimes it apparently does load. I don't know. Sometimes it doesn't.
ここいらじゃねえ。ひなみ沢の人間に睨まれたら、あっさり鬼隠しにあって消えちまうんです。
Hey, yo.
もう、跡形もなく忽然と。
It's kind of scary that a police officer says that.
お兄さん方、行方不明になったら誰か捜索願いを出してくれるご家族はいます？
Yeah, I will probably switch
ならまずいな。
TTS when I remember / have time.
蒸発
It's the whole
扱いです
process. You have to like do the setup again. Even then, we got there soon enough that nothing happened. If we'd been late, things would have taken a turn for the worse. If they'd been forced into an alleyway, these young men wouldn't be sitting on a couch right now. They might be lying on an autopsy table. Well, probably not. Anyway, perhaps they'd be a little more cooperative if we had found them as corpses.
お兄さん方、
I like how
沖縄に会えば
nonchalantly he 電 thinks
車
about all this stuff.
電車？
That's crazy.
バイク？
バイク。
そりゃまずいな。さっきのとこにまだ止めっぱなしなんでしょ？あんたらのこのことバイクを取りに戻ったら、今度こそ袋叩きに会いますよ。
Hey, yo.
なんだよそれ。上等じゃねえか。
Calm down. Why are young people these days so quick with the shouting? Relatable, actually. Also, I never shout. But I am young anyway, so it kind of matches. XD.
あんたらももう面倒ごとは
Loud
ごめんで
equals
しょ
funny, right? That's the
バイクのナンバー
meta.
教えてくだ
That's
さ
been the
い
meta for like 10 years now, if not more.
ここまで持ってきてあげますからクマちゃん交通課対策にゲート車を借りてきてください
I guess they're gonna help them out. For their own sakes.
えっせ別にいいよ自分たちで取りに行くからいいって
あんたら本気で囲まれたいんですか今度は警察間に合わないかもしれませんよ
Yeah, they should probably just take the help.
大丈夫だっ
You
つった
are
んだろ
young in the
囲
70s.
みちょっと
Hey,
ね
yo, why would you say that though? That's kind of toxic, bro. Have you thought about that? Have you thought about being nice? Remember, Jesus is watching.
おい
SMH, bro.
お兄さん方あんたら今泡の出る麦茶飲んだろ
What's up with his face?
エンジンかけてみろ
Huh?
その場で飲酒取るぞこら
Oh. Damn. He got him, I guess.
汚ねえ
Wow.
警察が税金使って兄さん方のバイクを運びして死んぜよ
Well,
って言ってんだ
honestly, it's still probably good for their
よ
own
ぐちゃぐちゃ言わねえ
good.
でナンバー言っ
Like
て
they
んだ
probably
このクソ
honestly
野
get
郎
shanked or something. So yeah, he's kind of being the good guy here. The three were hesitant to tell him the numbers. They were mumbling something along the lines of not remembering them since they just bought the bikes. Well, that's what I thought. Huh?
クマちゃんゲート車に同行してバイク持ってきてあげてごつい赤いやつとテールランプの右側が割れたやつあとシートにガムテ貼ってあった白いやつ
No, but that's not toxic, Haas. That's just, you know, it's just what you do. It's not toxic. You gotta get the toxicity out.
それだろ兄さんたちのバイク
They didn't answer. Those must be the right ones.
おいさんゲート車来ましたんで行ってきます
はいはいよろしくお願いしますあとクマちゃんちょっと
なんすか
ナンバー紹介しといてください間違ったバイクを持ってきちゃうと悪いから
No kidding. The three people's faces changed color. They made themselves very easy to understand.
バイク戻ってくるまでのんびりしてましょうよビールもっとありますよ
Well,
乾き物だってありますしテレビ見ますろくなのやってませんけどね
いいよ俺たちもう行くから
dude, they got
こんなとこ
scared
にいつ
real
までもいた
bad.
くねえよ
Suddenly, there were 5 or 6 huge officers surrounding them. Thank God it said 5 or 6. Saved? Their clearly overpowering stares nailed them to the sofa.
なんだよ俺たちが何かしたかよ
Going on a trip by stealing motorcycles, huh? Students these days have too much time on their hands. Well, so I guess they get to live. That's what the interlude was about. Saved by Oishi. They would have been so screwed. How many chapters to finish chapter 1? Like sub-chapters in it? Or live? You mean like streams? I'm not sure what you mean. It took a while. Because I think it was like over 20 hours long on my Steam playtime. Oh, that's quite many sessions. I'm not sure what you mean otherwise. Anyway, that was an interesting interlude. Boys didn't die, presumably, but we might not see them again anyway. Good. Let us continue forth. British? Alright, back to Keiichi-kun. I knew we wouldn't be doing any club activities after school today before Mion even said anything. I've been invited over by Shion. Oh yeah, this was a thing in chapter 2 as well.
The Lincolns don't know how high the sky is. Though they know Boishi's car has air conditioning.
True. Very true. So yeah, Shion was a thing, or is she? We don't even know. But honestly, I don't even know at this point. She might be Mion or she might not be. But I'm leaning towards that she is Mion, but I don't know, honestly. So yeah, supposedly a sister, but probably not. Probably the same person. It's a thing, dude. Anyway, cool. For an all-you-can-eat dessert, I made a point of leaving half my lunch uneaten. My expectations would only be rivaled by my hunger.
ケイチくん、今日はなんだか嬉しそうだね。
Hello.
いいことあるのかな
I guess it was obvious. Lena had questioned me with a happy look. That's right. Why don't I invite her for dessert as well? No. If I recall correctly, Shion said something about having a ticket. At worst, the restaurant might be admission by ticket only today. If that was the case, then having Rena be turned away at the door would result in the worst feeling ever.
うんちょっとしたラッキーでさ明日報告してやるよレナきっと羨ましがるぜ
なんだろういいのそのラッキーって可愛いかな
Cute. I wonder what she would think of the uniforms at Angel Moore. They'd definitely be a critical hit.
多分かなり可愛いかも
いいの
Oh, I got another email from the sponsor. Let's see. I was just replying to them earlier saying, hey, thanks for the update finally. Oh. I guess it gave me an email, but it was like it wasn't even a message. They just reacted to my response with an emoji. I guess it still gives you like a notification. It's like, hey, you got mail. Like the rep just like they responded to my reply with like the saluting face. It was like that was it. All right, thanks for the email, I guess. There you go. Alright, now we just play the waiting game. And Higurashi.
何かなへえ
Oh, look who it is.
どんな幸運に恵まれたのやらあれひょっとして2月くらい前にエンジェルモードで三角くじとか引いたそれに当たった
Yeah, you wouldn't know anything about that, would you?
おいおい俺は2月前にはまだ転校してきてないぞ
ああそっかじゃあエンジェルのデザートフェスタでもないし
みーちゃんエンジェルのデザートフェスタって何か
Oh,
な
no, don't get her involved too.
ほら沖宮の駅前の正面にエンジェルモートっていうファミレスがあるじゃないあそこではね季節の変わり目に新デザートのお披露目イベント
I
を
could
や
go
るん
for
だ
some
よ
dessert right now.
それが今日でねあ言っても無駄だよくじ当選者以外は入店できない貸し切りデー
There
だ
you
か
go. Rip Rena. You won't get any. Mion explained once again what Shion explained to me last night.
レナも今度からお店に通ってみよう頑張ってくじを当てて次のデザート食べ放題を狙うの
頑張れちなみに聞いた話だと当選くじはマニア垂涎のプラチナチケットで
Scalpers
闇では高値で
SMH.
取引されてるなんて噂が
Hearing that story, I felt even more appreciative of the ticket that Shion had procured for me. I just thought I was lucky to be able to eat dessert for free, but it turned out that ticket was much more valuable. The number of things I had to thank Shion for had increased again.
ありがとなそんなに価値があるものなんて俺全然知らなくて
ガオ
I whispered in a voice
Day
only
by
Mion
Versary
could hear.
Flow.
Oh, it works on subs now too. Yo X with 6 months. Thank you so much. Hey, welcome back to the Galgan. Enjoy your 4-star badge. You're Gul'dan now. Don't betray the orcs. It's your destiny. That was how I conveyed my feelings. Mia looked at me for a moment before she tilted her head to the side and smiled confusedly.
何
Clueless?
なんか言った
It would be a problem if you said something to me right now. That smile seemed to be telling me as much. I guess Mion wouldn't be accepting any gratitude while she was Mion. I'll go to the restaurant. Today, I'll thank Mion while she's Shion.
じゃ、おじさんはこの辺で失礼するわ。今日のバイトはちょっとハードなんだよな。じゃあね。
She waved her hand energetically as she left.
ねえケイチくん、なんだかみーちゃん最近変なの。浮かれてるっていうか嬉しそうっていうか。
そうなのか？
I wonder why. Then I was pretty sharp when it came to these types of things. To me, Mion seemed the same as always, but Rena apparently felt something different.
ケイチくんは知らないのかな。てっきり知ってるのかなって思って。
Her skirt fluttered as she spun around with a coy smile.
知ってるって俺が何を？
I was obviously weaseling my way out of the question, but I wasn't lying. Honestly, I didn't really know what was going on. Why did Shion, a persona of Mion that she'd created, appear before me? Something was blatantly up, but Rena paid no heed. She got Higurashi the MQ, like right now, that's kind of funny. Which entry was it?
そっか。じゃあ何なんだろうね。でもみーちゃんが機嫌いいとレナも嬉しいよ。はう。
Saying that, she spread her arms wide and spun around happily. I didn't know why, but Rena was in a really good mood. It was so infectious that I had to smile too. Even the chirping of the cicadas seemed joyful.
でもね。
Do you guys have that in your countries, by the way? Like this? The chirping? The cicadas? We don't have that in Finland. We might have a little bit of like grasshoppers, but it's not even nearly this loud. So I assume it depends on the country. We don't have this shit. Mainly grasshoppers for birds, yeah. Same for us, yeah. But even then, it's only on like vast countryside. You would never hear this in like, you know, cities or anything. I guess you don't really in Japan either, but yeah, we don't have cicadas. Crickets and grasshoppers. You do have them, Ryan? I feel like it's is it mostly in Asian countries or what? Or is it like close to the countries that are close to the equator? She abruptly stopped spinning. Her expression had returned to a more somber one.
みーちゃんね。
Tropical weather, yeah.
つい最近ね。
Hey, yo.
すごく傷つけられたの。
Pain? Huh?
傷つけってえ？
Huh? The pain that then I was talking about was probably wasn't physical.
はじめはあまり気にしてないふりをしてたけど、怪我と同じ。だんだん腫れてきた。
Hey, yo.
じんじん腫れてきた。とうとう痛みがこらえられなくなって、夜中に目を覚ました。
Well, that's kind of spooky.
そして、レナに電話してきたの。みーちゃんは泣いてた。
ごめん。それ、何の話だよ。
何の話？レナは今、何か
She's
話をしてた
going
の
weird again.
かな？
We haven't seen her really be properly weird in chapter 2 yet.
おい。
No one's
そんなとぼけ
really
方
been
する
too
なよ。
weird, except that mob mentality thing earlier, and now kinda this. Otherwise, it's been very normal in chapter 2.
今、レナは、
Get cicadas during, you mean, is that Chinese New Year's? What even is that? Is that February? I always forget. I don't remember. I think it's January or February, but I don't remember. Jan to Feb. Oh, it's both, okay.
知らない知らない知らない。レナは何も知らないよ。
Okay.
はう。
Sure. She spun around as she laughed innocently. Eventually, she appeared to get sick, stumbling as she steadied herself with her hand against the wall.
はう。目が回って。
Oh no.
バカだな。調子に乗ってぐるぐる回ってるからだよ。
持ち悪いかも。
I'll lend the Ditz a shoulder to lean on. To be stumbling around like a newborn foal at this age is actually quite a feat. Dena, in a good mood, only babbled incoherently after that. I laughed as I responded to and chided her. However, the chance to revisit that heavy topic she had brought up before never arrived. So I wonder what's up with Mion then. We don't know. Something's bothering her clearly. Okay. Sussy balls. Okay. It's probably fine. Yeah. Probably. As soon as I got home, I tossed aside my school bag and changed in a hurry. The effects of only having a light lunch were starting to show, as my stomach began to let out fickle growls. Alright, let's go to Angel More! It's time to face the land of endless deserts. Preparations for battle are complete. Tally ho! Woo! Okay. Angel More had a decidedly different feel to it compared to yesterday. Desert Fiesta today, admittance by reservation only. Nonetheless, the front of the store was being swarmed by over a dozen young men. Judging by how they were looking upwards in jealousy instead of entering the store, they weren't invitees. Why would they gather here if they knew they couldn't get in? Well, I found out the answer when I passed through the crowd and began to climb the steps to enter the restaurant. What the hell is that, Sonic?
あんた当選者なのか？チケットを持ってるのか？
ああ。まあな。ラッキーだったんだ。
Oh, they're so jealous. Oh, League of Legends, okay. As soon as I said that, I was immediately mobbed. It was like being in the middle of a football scrum on a crowded train. Yeah, he probably shouldn't have said anything. What is going on? Their reason was this. It wasn't just one ticket per person. One ticket could let up to 4 people inside. Oh.
そうだったのか。
Interesting.
ますますレナや他のみんなを誘ってやるべきだ。
Too bad he didn't know that.
親切にありがとう。でも今の話は聞かなかったことにするよ。
With an uplifting smile, I turned and ignored them. When I did, their arms all reached out at once, like the souls of the damned seeking succor.
その4名様までのお供にぜひ俺たちを
So I guess that's why they're here, in hopes of someone, you know, gets to bring them in for free. What selfish people. This was the only reason they couldn't... They were crowded in front of the restaurant, yeah. Dozens of wretched arms reached out for me like the teeth of a giant rake and grasped at the air. I was already climbing the stairs to the entrance.
身軽なやつ。取り押さえろ。
This isn't something to joke about. I flew up the rest of the stairs and threw myself inside the restaurant. It was like I had entered a different world. The miserable throng of the damned hurled curses at me from the other side of the glass door. But inside of this completely soundproofed and air-conditioned restaurant, with the angelic smile of a waitress to welcome me, they were nothing more than a refreshing piece of scenery. I knew I shouldn't laugh, but I began to let out a sinister cackle.
いらっしゃいませ。エンジェルモートへようこそいらっしゃいました。本日はデザートフェスタにつき、チケットのお客様のみの貸し切りになっております。チケットとご方面をお伺いしてもよろしいでしょうか。
チケットはないけど、名簿に名前があると思います。前原です。
前原。あった。失礼ですが、フルネームでお伺いしてよろしいですか。
圭一です。前原圭一。
大変失礼いたしました。特別招待の前原圭一様ですね。お席へご案内いたします。
VIP.
どうぞこちらへ。
The mood inside the room was incredibly heated. The booths were packed to the brim. Men in their prime were stuffing their faces with dainty desserts that didn't suit them at all. It was a rather unnerving spectacle. Soon after I was shown to my seat, Shion arrived. Oh.
いらっしゃいま
And there she is again.
せ。ようこそエンジェルモーターへ。
よーしよ、今日は本当にありがとうな。世話になりに来たぜ。
ちょっと遅かったから心配しました。でも来てくれて嬉しいです。
It may have been because other customers were around that her tone was less casual, but she still capped off that welcome with her usual brilliant smile.
見ての通り、今日はお客さんがすっごいんで、定時に抜けさせてもらえるかちょっと自信がないんです。私の仕事が終わるまでのんびりしててくださいね。
Which is better? I mean, she seems nice, I guess. I don't know. I don't really see a big difference.
終わったら一緒に遊びに行きましょうね。
Hey, yo, what the hell? What are you talking about? Whispering just that last part into my ear, she winked and returned to the kitchen. Maybe it was because the mood in the restaurant was so heated, but she seemed a bit bolder. Hey, Leon, how you doing? Even a small change in her mannerisms was enough to set my heart aflutter.
お待たせしました。
Well, I was overwhelmed by the atmosphere inside the restaurant. Orders from the new summer menu were carried out one after another. Every single one was extravagantly huge. I get it. You can eat all of these amazing things for free. No wonder a ticket was worth its weight in gold. On top of all that, all of it was plenty delicious. Damn, I could use some right now. From dishes with a general appeal to insane ones aimed at a specific audience, there were absolutely no gaps in their repertoire.
どう考えても一人で食う量じゃないかもしれないな。
Yep.
まあそれは置いておいて。
It didn't feel relaxing in here at all. Probably because the fervor inside the restaurant was clearly abnormal. All the other booths were crammed with groups of 4. Sleazy men were gorging like pigs on cutely decorated desserts, and it wouldn't have been a surprise if they started licking the plates. It was more than a little unsettling. It piqued my interest, so I started listening in on their conversation, and what things I heard!
エンジェルモード萌え。
Bruh.
僕ですか。当選チケットは秘密ルートから7万で購入したっつ。
Wow. Pretty expensive, bro. What would you get, Chad, on a dessert menu? Cake, ice cream? Probably ice cream. You know what's also goated as a dessert? Brownies. Ooh, hits hard. I love brownies.
職場には親戚の葬式でと言ってにゃりんよ。エンジェルは制服が最高により。
What do you say? These guys are gooners.
Oh, the hand! Oh, the hand! ウェイトレスさん、水とかズボンにこうして拭きとかしてくれないかにゃー。にゃーにゃー。
Brownies is everywhere. You get it for easy. Well, you usually don't have a lot of it, you know. So I wouldn't say so.
エンジェルモートのフィギュアが今度発売される
Get
らしい
salted
で
caramel soft cookie with ice cream. Oh, yeah, that sounds bussin'. They're planning on selling figures. Wow.
次のイベントは要注意でござる。
Wow. Wow. I wonder why this voice is light isn't voiced. Jesus. Absurd prices. I guess they gave up on voicing these lines. I mean, they're just being gooners. Oh my god, this guy's fucked. Yeah, I think I got the point. The words spilling out of their mouths were pretty much all incomprehensible jargon. But hey, they still keenly conveyed that hidden that hidden behind them was an invisible aura of abnormality.
I didn't know that they added you in the game.
Hey yo.
お待たせしました。次のデザートは南国風シナモンのアバンチュールでございます。
What a name for a dessert.
どうかなさいましたか？
あ、いえ、なんかこう今日の店内は雰囲気が違うなと。
うちのお店、その道の方々にはかなり有名らしいんです。まあそういう狙いのお店ですからいいんですけどね。
Yeah, I guess they know where the big bucks come from. Can't blame them for being, you know, good at hustling their business.
でもイベントの日のお客様はちょっと濃いめの方が多いんで困っちゃいます。
Greatest game of all time. Hey, welcome, man. We are Higurashi. The waitress informed me quietly with a wry smile.
なんかお客の人たちも血走っててハイエナみたいですよね。
No kidding, dude.
今日のお客さんのほとんどはかなり遠方から無理してきてるみたいですからね。そういう方々ってハメを外しやすいんでちょっと怖いんです。ちゃんとガードを固めておかないと大変なんですから。
What did she mean by keep your guard up? At that moment, a large crash resounded through the room. Yo, that was loud. I turned around, startled, to see that a waitress had fallen down and spilled the order she was carrying right onto a customer. Oh no. Wait, isn't that Shion? Oh no.
すみませんでした。そのお召し物はその
なんてことするにゃり。
It's a loser, it's fine.
もうジーンズ専門店で1800円もしたズボンが生クリーム
1800 yen. Wow. Oh my god, this guy. What the hell is that? For somebody who just met with disaster, he seems awfully happy. Oh my god.
これはひどいですにょ。ウェイトレスさんが精神誠意ふきするしかないでござるにょ。
Bruh. The conversation suddenly veered off in an odd direction. Hey, what did he say? Wipey? Did he want her to wipe him down? Right over that obviously aberrant tent he had pitched over his garage. Hey yo! My guy, come down! What the fuck?
でもその
Bro.
ふき
Might not be the greatest game of all time. Yeah, kind of hard to say that right now. The wipey chat quickly spread throughout the room. Hell no. Totally cornered, Shion went pale. She looked over to a more experienced waitress for help, but was only met with a head shaking out of pity. Hell no.
園崎さん、足を引っ掛けられたんです
That's
ね。
the first thing you hear when you open the stream. Yeah, it's a fun time to join in. Also, they set her up. That's fucked.
ああやってわざと衣服を汚させて絡んでくるお客が最近多いんですよ。
足を引っ掛けてだって？じゃあ今のあれも事故じゃなくて恋？
メインの女の子は十分気をつけてますから絶対ああはならないんですけど、園崎さんは短期バイトだからまだガードが甘くて、今日のお客様たちにも早々に見破られちゃったみたいで、朝からあんな感じで絡まれてるんです。
It's a wild Kota. How you doing?
店長とかは何やってんだよ。あんな不良な客は追い出せよ。
True. We're in the service industry, so there's not much we can do about it. She laughed as she said that in a resigned tone. My thoughts on the Kafka collectible. What even is it? It's like some kind of a like a buster or whatever? Because it's not a fig, is it? But it's kind of like an actual merchandise anyway. I wasn't sure what it even was. Shion trembled uncontrollably with a dishcloth in her hands as she turned bright red. The man who had been doused in frosting splayed out on the bench, putting the cream-covered tent over his crotch on full display. Bro. Ah! Why am I reading this? Still mentally unprepared, her trembling hand inched forward, goaded on by onlookers.
さあさあさあ、ふきふきするでござるよ。
From my male POV, it might have been a ridiculous spectacle I could just smile wryly at, but from a woman's POV, this was obviously pure humiliation. Oh, thank God they skip. Thank fucking God. When I was trapped by those thugs and had been paralyzed with fear, Shion fearlessly stood up to them and saved me. Oh, is he gonna do that now? Still, as humiliating as it was, Shion was also partly to blame for this. And it wasn't as though her life was at stake, right? Even these guys, they were just gonna jeer at her in a bit of a lewd situation. But it's not like they were gonna eat her alive or anything. You say that, but I don't know, man, honestly. I don't know. Could have been MIA defense deadlines or something. Yeah, I mean, that's fine. You can just pop in when you have time. That's all fine. Good luck with your work. It'd be alright if I just consoled her afterwards.
私だって怖かったですよ。でも、他ならぬケイちゃんのピンチだし。勇気出して頑張りましたってことです。
When I, a man, was being assailed by 3 thugs while paralyzed with fear, she saved me without a second thought. What about now? These sleazy, filthy degens were trying to pin the blame on her. This time, our roles were reversed. Hey, Keiichi. If you don't save her now, when will you be able to repay the debt you owe her? You scared? At that time, Mion didn't even show a hint of hesitation. Then what about now? I'm not hesitating. Then what? If you're not hesitating, then why aren't you helping her? Oh.
さあ、観念するでござる。フォフォフォ。
やかましいぞ重量オーバー。
Oh, there you go.
俺の目が黒いうちに出て失せろ。
I grasped Shion's shoulder firmly and pulled her behind me.
ケイちゃん。
分かっておらんでござるな。そのスタッフが世のオズボンに粗相したのでござるよ。これはお仕置きなのでござる。
お仕置きが必要なのはてめえの方だ。男なら能書き吐くな。腕で物を言ってみろ。
Oof. My body was lifted into the air like nothing. I was thrown right back into my own seat. Oh, did he get wrecked? Oh no. This guy is strong? No matter how you look at it, athletic and this lardo aren't even in the same area code. I mean, it's still a weight difference though, right?
オタクは意外にマイナーな武道を得得していることが多いでござるから甘く見ると大変でござるよ。
The man smirked, showing off his gum line.
ケイちゃん、大丈夫？
Damn it, how lame must I look right now?
シオンは足を引っ掛けられたんだろう。向こうが悪いんだから。
Yeah, Loki removed the secrets from your brain. Yeah, reading this right now, I'm not surprised, honestly.
そうだけど、でもやっぱり悪いのは私だし。
もう一度だ。行くぞー。これくらいでへこたれるケイイチ様だと思うなよ。もう一度だ
ー。口ほどにもないでござるの。
まだまだ
Rise, my will to fight. Wow! Not just running, I planted every one of my steps firmly as I closed the distance to the lard ball. Each time I ripped my foot off the floor, I could feel my burning spirit flare up from the point of impact. Oh, everything slowed down like I was walking underwater. As I stepped forward in that vicious flow of time, I calmly measured the gap between us. With our differences in height, reach was my ultimate advantage. There was an ever so tiny distance between us where only my punch would be able to reach. I unleashed my iron fist of righteous anger, but it flew towards his face slowly, like I was punching underwater. Reacting to that, with a smirk on his face, the fat so easily slipped inside of my punch. I hadn't realized it until now, but in this mired time, I was able to observe his baffling counterattack with almost painful clarity. His arm slowly swung around in a large windmill motion, wrapped around my whiffed punch, and descended in an arc. That arm swung around like the arms of a clock, and came into contact with my head, twisting my upper body around. Oh no. Dragging my head along, he followed through with another rotation. This time he rotated his entire body like a top, followed by another rotation. Combining defense and offense, it was a brilliant counter. That's right, 3 times I was thrown after 3 rotations, I think. In this vicious region of time, I was unable to struggle, and I could only wait dumbstruck until the moment I was thrown. The moment I was, that sluggish temporal anomaly abruptly ended. Oof.
修行が足りないでござるよ。ヤングメン
Young man. What the fuck? I was loath to admit it, but against somebody training martial arts I couldn't win against through sheer force of will alone. Well, that's gotta sting. After my consciousness faded in a wave of dizziness, when I came to, I was lying down in my own seat.
怪我しなくてよかったですね。
A more experienced waitress from before wiped the sweat from my brow with a towel. While she was doing that, a red-faced and teary-eyed Shion trudged over.
大丈夫ですか？私なんかのためにすみませんでした。
俺こそ役に立たなくてすまん。
Hey Marlon, how you doing? Tsukihime looking a bit different today. Nah, this is the same as always. I don't know what you're talking about.
俺喧嘩って勝ったことないし。
私のために助けに来てくれただけで嬉しかったです。本当ですよ。それだけでも今日はケイちゃんに来てもらえてよかったかなって。
Wow. As she said that, she stuck her tongue out teasingly. She wiped off the whipped cream with the washcloth she was holding in her hands.
園崎さん R 入ってもいいですよ。あと 1,2 時間でしょ。
いいんです。バイトとはいえお給料もらってる身ですから、時間内はちゃんと働きたいんです。だから本当お気遣いなく。
She couldn't even put up a brave front. I would never even think for a second that Mion could be that weak. This was Shion, and she had been harassed by some unreasonable riffraff. That was reality.
ケイちゃんは気にしないでデザートいっぱい食べててくださいね。一通り食べ終わったらアンケートを書いてもらいますので。じゃあ私ホールに戻りますね。
After some consoling words and a sympathetic smile to her, the other waitress started to head back to work. That's where I stopped her.
すいませんウェイトレスさん。電話借りたいんですけど。
Oh yeah.
電話ですか？レジ横にございますよ。ご案内いたします。
I pulled a 10 yen coin from my wallet. This wasn't about saving face. My being a worthless coward was a unchangeable fact, but I could just cry myself to sleep about that later tonight. Now was not the time for tears. I had to fight.
確かチケット1枚で4人まで OK なんですよね。あと3人呼んでもいいんですよね。
ええ、そうですけど一応名簿に書きますのでお名前を伺ってもよろしいですか？
What a nice guy. I turned around and glared at the greasy hooligan who subjected Shion to that humiliation. There are 3 things that aren't working in your favor today, punk. Oh. The first is that I owe Shion. Second is that I'm a man who's not afraid to throw away his pride to win. Oh, he's calling it like they're reinforcements at the same time, I'm guessing. And the third is that we're the most powerful club members in history.
名簿には竜宮レナ、それから北条聡子、古出理香で。
Well, there you go.
かしこまりました。受けたまわります。
I'll have the best and most powerful club members join the fray. They can bring down 1,000 foes. You fat asses. Prepare to beat your baker. Oh. There you go. That was fast. She teleported, dude.
しかもデザートまでおごってもらえるなんて僕は大感激なのです。
ああ、好きなだけ食ってくれ。俺の分なんか気にするな。
ケイチさん、茶番は結構でございますのよ。要件に入ってほしいですわ。
Rena and Rika put down their forks when Satoko broached the subject. After looking at them for a few moments, I pressed my forehead firmly to the table.
頼む。俺の不甲斐なさを笑ってもいい。力を貸してくれ。
The 3 of them seemed surprised by the sudden turn of events, but nevertheless listened to what I had to say without making fun of my usual behavior.
どうしたのかな？何があったんだろう、太郎。
実はミオンの妹のシオンがこの店でバイト中なんだ。
ああ、話に聞いてた。
Oh yeah,
み
I
ーちゃ
wonder
んの
what's gonna
妹
happen
さんだ
here.
ね。
Because they probably know if it's a real thing or not.
ひょっとしてあれかな？あれかな？似てるね、似てるね。似てるも何も髪を下ろしただけの本人ではありませんの？
Clueless? I didn't know what to say.
ケイチがシオンだと言うから。
I guess they're just playing along, probably.
いくら双子だってあんなに瓜二つになるもんなんですの？一卵性双生児って言ってね。
That's a term?
本当にそっくりの双子ってこともあるんだって。
Then I gave the most plausible explanation, so everybody else was convinced.
納得してもらえたかな。それで本題だ。
I recounted everything that had just happened. How Shion was targeted, how she was antagonized by the customers, and the humiliation that was forced upon her. Also, how incredibly pathetic I was. I included everything without trying to hide it. He's not gonna sugarcoat it.
それはひどいね。しーちゃんかわいそう。しかし、それを助けられないなんて。
SMH.
みっともないにも程がありますわよ。
それについては返す言葉がない。
さとこちゃん、負けを認めて助けを求めるのってとっても難しいことなの。
A different POV though.
ケイチくんは変なプライドなんかよりしーちゃんを助けることを選んだんだよ。情けないですこと。
Rena's follow-up stung a bit, but I could only be thankful that she understood. Satoko was calling me all sorts of names, but there were no malign intentions behind her words.
で、僕たちは何をするですか？
Her voice was monotone, but there was a hint of resolve in her words. I replied to Rika's suggestive silence in kind, with my own quiet resolve. Hey Gand, how you doing?
まあ、そんなところだと思ってましたわ。ケイチさん一人には少々荷が重すぎますも
の。じゃあ、助けてくれるのか？
当然だよ、ケイチくん。私たちは誰がいじめられても助けに行くよ。
I remembered when I was cornered by those thugs. What Shion had said about the strong feeling of solidarity in Hinamizawa really began to hit home. However, Bayabara Keiichi, now is not the time to get choked up with tears of gratitude. Now is the time to fight.
すまん、オンに切る。
一人で頑張ったけど歯が立たなくてかわいそです。
Pika gently pat my head for me, but there was no mindless pity in the palm of that hand. It was overflowing with the strong, dependable feeling of leave the rest to us.
もろもろの都合によりミオンは参戦できないので臨時に俺が指揮を執る。作戦内容はシオンの護衛と敵勢力の殲滅。
敵って誰かな？いっぱいいるのかな？
現時刻以降シオンにちょっかいを出そうとする全個人全勢力を敵と認める。交戦規定はなし。報酬は今食ったデザート。
Sounds good.
質問はあるか？
Everybody had already entered club mode, their eyes peering at the riffraff clamoring around inside the restaurant like predators stalking their prey from the darkness. Pika held up her hand.
なんだい、リカちゃん。
手加減は必要ですか？
Hey, yo.
不要に決まってますわ。ミオさんの妹に狼藉を働く輩に手加減なんか不要ですの。いいんですね、ケイチ。
Pika was serious. She was really ready to pretty much murder someone. Ah, I'm counting on you.
全責任は俺。前原
Yes,
圭一が
please
取る。
murder people for me.
蹴散らしてやれ。
よーし、レナも頑張るぞ。
すまん、よろしく頼む。
ケイチさん、そんなに力まなくても大丈夫ですのよ。まあご覧あそばせ。ケイチさんがそのパフェを食べ終わる頃にはお掃除は終わってましたよ。ではみんな頑張りましょうですよ。ファイトオーです。
ファイト。Thus, the most powerful war band the world had ever known, trained by Mion, began to move. I was the oldest, the only boy, and behaved like a leader, but when you consider our club activities, I was by far the most junior member. Individually, everyone besides me had terrifying combat capabilities. If all of them combined their strengths to protect Shion, I couldn't even imagine. I was probably about to witness something terrible and awe-inspiring.
園崎さん、7番テーブルにデラックスパフェを5つお願いします。あ、はい。
Shion carried the order to the tables. For her to carry all 5 parfaits without wobbling around took so much effort that she didn't have the breathing room to pay attention to her feet. Oh, they're gonna trip her again?
どうしよう、また来たでござるよ。
今度はミーのおズボンにぶっかけさせて一層念入りにふきふきしてもらうにより。
It was the same scheme that had occurred just a short time earlier. This time, another one of them was trying it out for himself. The very depravity of these men was itself a full-out attack.
圭一よりレナへ。5、6番テーブル付近で待ち伏せだ。レナ、聞こえてるか？
お店の制服かわいいね。お持ち帰り。
She on her bottom swaying while carrying the parfaits was being chased by an equally swaying Rena. She's messing up the plan, dude. She was supposed to be escorting her, but was instead transfixed by the back of her uniform. From a normal person's POV, it was probably like having a fox guard a hen house, but when it comes to Rena, things are different.
怪異状態、シンクロ率 120%。勝ったな。
あの状態のレナさんには地球上のどんな物理法則も通用しませんわ。
Interesting. Shion's legs, unsteady and defenseless, were being targeted by those sleazebags.
今でござるよ、同志諸君。
世界の輝ける明星にして偉大なる総
Oh
統
my
が
god.
万歳。
Alright. The legs shaked out to trip Shion's defenseless feet. Egads, 3 of them at once. What's really happening? I have no idea. It happened in an instant. The three fools writhed in pain as their legs bent at unnatural angles. Oh, wow. Valid reaction?
これは何事でござるか。
Rena teetered into view and gave them a warning.
おいたはダメなんだよ。
Yeah.
目だよ、目。レナがお持ち帰りするから、目。
この小娘、神妙な技を。
The human scum clutched at their bruised ankles as they passed out.
さすがはレナさん。いつ見ても恐ろしいキレですわね。
ああ、絶対的なガードだ。半径2メートル以内で行われるシオンへのあらゆる攻撃を、レナは完全なカウンターで粉砕する。
Pretty OP, man. As Shion was making her rounds through the restaurant, there were people here and there collapsing with welts on their legs or hands.
レナよりケイチ君へ。もうしーちゃんにちょっかい出す人はいないよ。
Wow.
だからもうお持ち帰り。
ケイチよりレナへ。ご苦労だった。引き続き護衛を続けてくれ。それからお持ち帰りは不可。繰り返す。お持ち帰りは不可。
じゃあ見てるだけだよ、見てるだけ。
I guess just look at is fine. That wouldn't prevent her from guarding Shion, so I guess it's okay. Anyway, thanks to this, I knew who had tried to mess with Shion. Anybody who was clutching at their arm or leg while they were writhing in agony was basically branded by their bruises.
現時刻をもって敵勢力識別を完了。次のフェーズへ移行する。ケイチよりサトコへ。そっちはどうなってる？
サトコですわよ。
What's she gonna do?
どうなってるとはひどい言い方でございますわね。ケイチさん、私を誰だと思っておいでですの？
Satoko was in the kitchen. She had spread open a sketch of the restaurant on the counter, replete with order sheets and their destinations. How do you pronounce that? It's not shits, is it? It's chits, probably. Or sheets. I don't know. It was now sorting through the freshly made desserts.
ちょっとさっきから何をしてるの？まあまあ、園崎さん、いいから彼女に任せておいて。それよりもこのオーダー全部一度に行くからお願いね。
The veteran waitress was briskly directing her juniors as the trays went out one after another. All the desserts that had passed through Satoko's hands were delivered at once.
かわいいデザートがいっぱい来たよ。
分かってるだろうが、手をつけるなよ。自分の身が大事なら。
分かってるけど。
She's so sad. Certainly, they were all incredibly cute-looking desserts. They were all works of art that you could enjoy before even taking your first bite. However, since Satoko had meddled with them, they were nothing more than an unpredictable danger. Oh, did she put shit in them? Oh no. Blissfully ignorant of that fact, were the men now stuffing their faces. Almost right away, they realized that something was wrong.
I found it.
Where?
It's the best one. Oh my god.
Stop it. Get some help.
サトコ、何を混ぜた？塩やタバスコってわけじゃないだろ。
Yeah, probably not.
あら、ケイチさんが言ったんですのよ。手加減無用って。
I know.
私、こう見えても叩くときは徹底的に叩く性分でございますの。
As she said that, she twirled a dubious file in her fingers before putting it smartly into her pouch. What is in it, though?
サトコより理解。お客様が行きますわよ。エスコートお願いしますわ。僕にお任
Is
せ
it like laxative, I'm gonna guess? That's the classic. Come to think of it, I didn't see Rika anywhere. Where could she be lurking? Several men stood up suddenly from their seats, surveying the restaurant for something. Yeah, it's totally a laxative. Oh no. So now they're gonna block the toilet or whatever? That restless fidgeting. And that look of relief when they found the single placard hanging from the ceiling. Written on that was the word restroom. They began a mad rush in that direction. It wasn't just one or two people. All the people that were branded as the enemy were standing up from their seats while clutching at their stomachs.
さすがにがっつきすぎたでござるよ。お手洗いはどこでござるか？
僕もにゃりんよ。オープンでなくクローズドの方でござる。ようリプレイ外しにゃりん。
おトイレはどこにゃ？見つけたにゃ。緊急発進スクランブルにょ。
I felt dirty just thinking about what Sakato Pride did to their desserts. The problem was how to follow this up. I was intrigued, so I followed the rush of men to the washroom. Hell yeah. A narrow hallway connecting to the restroom was crammed with about 10 men. As I peered over to see what was happening, whoa! It seemed that the toilet was clogged and back-flowing, unleashing a loud gurgling sound and a terrible stench. Ew! There was no way to use it in this state. Damn that Satoko, what a frightening display of power. No, this wasn't Satoko's doing. It was divine punishment. Yeah, they were just unlucky. I'll just apologetically ask one of the employees here to clean it up.
これでは尿が出せぬでござる。
どうしたものにゃりんか？毎度し。
It was a brilliant combination of traps, but it would be better if there were one more push to the kicker. My reaction when the toilet is clogged? Seeing as it was Satoko, she wouldn't have overlooked that.
こうなっては最後の手段にゃ。
I don't know, what are they gonna do? Faced with a moral dilemma, the man had only one other option. Women's restroom. Ah, hell.
さすがに女子トイレはまずいでござるか。今日のお客さんに女子はいないにゃりん。
Not surprising.
コロンブスの卵でにゃりん。
はあはあ、背に腹は変えられぬ。
What a brazen bunch they were. The men's sweat now pouring from their brows made a mad rush to the girls' room without any hesitation.
Me?
Oh. There was a girl there. It was Rika. The men stood there, frozen in various complicated poses, indicating their surprise. She also seemed dumbfounded by the sudden turn of events.
Is there a boss now? Really? I barely started this game again. Oh my god. Oh, it was a ghost. Oh, I wasn't ready. Holy shit, dude.
The look on her face was strangely perfect. You play League, right? I haven't played in a while, but I kind of got back into the game some months ago. Been playing some other games though. Is this about some SKT1 stuff? Because some people were talking about it. I don't know anything about it, bro. Unicorn team, yeah, I know T1. Yeah, I'm not I used to follow esports a lot, but not anymore. Not for a long time. I know they lost to was it G2 on the some international tournament they had not long ago. That was pretty cool. Fucking EU actually doing well. That's crazy. This was all part of the plan as well. You sly dog, Rico. Actually, no, it wasn't. It was some other Korean team, I think. Was it? Yeah. It was like their number 1 seed or something. I forgot who the team was though. I should never underestimate you. That was Genji, yeah, that's what it was.
Me.
男子便所がちょっとデンジャラスにゃので、ちょっとおトイレをお借りしたかっただけなのにゃ。にゃー。
でもやっぱりいけないことでござるよな。どうし諸君。
Just by having a girl stand there in the restroom, I never knew it could put up such an overwhelming barrier. There was no way anybody could be brave enough to lift Rika out of the way to try and do their business. You'd rather watch me so you don't get a heart attack? You might still get a heart attack sometimes though, depending on what I'm streaming. But hey, thanks man. This was the most they could do after all. If it were a man in full club mode, for example, someone like me, they would plow through her without a second thought. Now what are you gonna do, you badasses? The price for tormenting Shion still hasn't been paid.
お困りなら僕が助けてあげてもいいのです。
片付けのござる。してその方法は？
お外のトイレを使えばいいのです。
Outside.
ご案内しますですよ。
それは助かるにゃりん。さあこのままじゃ集団で不幸満状態にゃりん。
Oh my god, don't say that. Rika with a pleasant smile on her face guided them with a casual stride in her step. In this race against time, her slow pace was sadistic torture. Here for chill vibes. Today might be okay for that. Some other days though, like tomorrow, you never know. We'll see.
Mademoiselle!
Hey Varys, how you doing?
トイレはここから遠いでござるか？
すぐに着きますです。
Obeying her directions, they were about to leave the restaurant.
ケイチ君、締めだよ。
You know what's funny? Now that reminds me as well. Again, remember how Poke watched my clip and then he made a reaction post about it on his clips channel as well on YouTube? It's funny because there's like a comment, at least like 2 comments also saying 7 because I was on the video. Like, what the fuck? It's so funny. Like at least 2 comments saying 7. I guess some things never change.
30 S-E-R-E-N.
Speaking of 7, yeah, 37 months on Panzari. Thank you so much, and a welcome back to the Go Gang. Thank you, man. Big resub. It's funny. I like running gags. I spread my arms out and blocked them as they tried to leave the restaurant.
このデフコ1の非常時に
悪人ども、この扉から一歩外へ出ることがどういうことになるか。
それはどういう意味にゃ？
Oh, they can't come back, can they?
ほら、チケットに書いてあるよ。途中退店無効って。
Damn, unlucky, bro.
どこのおトイレに行くのも自由でございますがね。その扉を一歩でも外へ出たなら二度と戻れませんのよ。
Fine boom.
そんな怖いこと言う人たちを案内したくないのです。
Everybody panicked as Rika began to turn back. They could only figuratively and literally fall in line. All the waitresses also lined up to see them off.
本日はご来店誠にありがとうございました。
I shall return.
I shall return. The bell rang playfully as the door shut behind them.
すまないですわね。
Well, there you go.
そんな極みでしたよ。
I guess that's one way to deal with that.
やったね。
Rena and Satoko clapped their hands together.
俺一人じゃ歯が立たねえ連中もメンバー総登場なら。
What is Higurashi even about, dog? Sometimes I don't know either, honestly. I don't really know like the grand scheme of things in the first place, but sometimes when we have stuff like this, I'm truly questioning a lot of stuff.
この程度の相手なら私たちなら一人でもお相手できましたよ。ケイイチさんも少しは腕をお磨き遊ばせ。
I was loath to admit it, but she was right. Damn it. One day I'll be strong enough to be worthy to stand alongside them.
でもみーちゃんの妹さんを守れて本当に良かったね。もうこれでいたずらする悪い人たちは一人もいなくなったよ。
素敵な友人に恵まれたわね、園崎さん。
The veteran waitress was also smiling. After the herd was sent packing, it had calmed down completely inside the restaurant. Shion was flustered as she glanced between us and the now empty seats.
私のためにその
It's about when they cry. Yeah, and you never know who's gonna cry. This time we had some losers, but yeah. Shion's expression was somewhere between happy and guilt-ridden. Her face had turned slightly red as she ran into the kitchen.
わあ、しーちゃんもかわいい。双子なんだね。はう。
Given Shion's personality, there was no way she'd thank us directly. We might have been a bit excessive in our means, but I'm really glad we were able to save her.
分かってると思いますけど、園崎さん、とても感謝してますよ。
Yeah. There you go. So you're reading Tsukihime Remake the other day. Have you been reading other VNs or as of later on playing reading? Well, I'm reading one right now. we're reading some not Tsukihime but Higurashi today. I do try to read VNs. I do like them. I have some offline projects as well, but we have a good handful that I'm reading on stream, like this one. Tsukihime at least is a regular one. It's done on every Sunday. So yeah, you'll be seeing a lot of that on Sundays.
私もホールを代表して感謝いたします。
Oh, classics. But yeah, stuff like this is a bit more irregular. I will try to read more Higurashi whenever there's like a chill week, when not much is happening content-wise, like for gacha games that I'm covering. Next week probably will be a bit more stuff, so I most likely can, but this week I'm doing stuff like this. The applause quickly spread throughout the entire restaurant. Not only the other waitresses, but also the customers that were genuinely there to enjoy the desserts. Everyone was lauding our efforts. Yay! How nice. The day was saved. When we had mostly finished eating and were filling out the survey, Rika made her return.
おお、お疲れ。守備は上々か？ずいぶん遅かったな。
ごめんなさいなのです。帰りに迷子になってしまって大変だったのです。
Oh yeah, I showed it yesterday because it was like fucked up, but now I can show it again. Look! The phone! It's not bulging anymore. And if you think it is, this is just a back cover. This is like a plastic cover. Woo! Look! The phone is fine. It's fixed again. Wow. Hey, look. Look, chat. It's Gao-chan on the cover. The Gao phone. Phone is no longer pregnant. Abortion. True, true. It was a bit too much. The Samsung phone? No, it's a Red Magic. It's a gaming phone. Gaming phone. It has RGB lights and it has a fan. How fancy. Dude, it was bulging for like so long. It feels so weird to hold the phone again because it doesn't like feel like weird. Because it was like that for like, I want to say at least 2 or 3 months before I finally looked into it to get it fixed. So it's nice that it's back to a normal shape again. I got them sponsored by them before. Yeah, it's a sponsored one, yeah. Exactly. How did she get lost by just guiding people to a nearby toilet?
人間誰にも得て増えてがありましたよ。リカにはそんなの負けないような長所がたくさんありますわ。
それもそうだな。さっきの女子トイレのあの表情、役者だったな。
あの時の圭一はひどいのです。自分が彼らの立場だったら、僕を弾き飛ばして女子トイレに飛び込むとか考えていたのです。
Wow, he knew.
また俺、考えが顔に出てたのか。
圭一くん、エッチなんだ。
Oh no. Awkward.
あ、いや、そら。
What's my thoughts on Higurashi so far? Has a good chunk of slice left, which represents what some people think is too much of it. I don't really mind it, honestly. I mean, sometimes it's a bit weird like this one, but otherwise I don't mind that there's quite a good amount of it. Like, it's fine. Because then it'll just make the moments that are, you know, the quote-unquote crazier parts. I feel like those are gonna hit and sink a bit harder because you have all these slice of life moments, right? So I don't think it's a bad trade-off, honestly. I could probably see why someone would say there's maybe too much of it, because there is a lot of it, at least. So I'm not even that deep into the visual novel yet. This is only chapter 2, so yeah, I'm definitely not even halfway done. But I could see why someone would maybe say it, but it doesn't really bother me personally. Now of the two, because I'm also reading Umineko, I do prefer Umineko, because it's always interesting. It doesn't ever really have, like, quote-unquote, you know, fluff, if you know what I mean. Like, you know, anything that's, like, just kind of fun and meaningless and, you know, slice of life-y. It's always kind of like something interesting is happening. But I still like this a lot, too. Even though they feel a bit different, despite being the same writer and everything. I still like both, regardless, so it's good. So I'm definitely gonna keep reading. Unless something really turns me off about it, then yeah. But so far, I'm vibing. I could laugh about it then, but a few days later a newspaper headline read 10 unidentified men were taken into custody in Hideyama. Oh no. The men claimed they had traveled from Shishibone City by foot to find a toilet. But the spot they were taken into custody was XX kilometers away from Shishibone. Well, oh my god. How bad was it, bro? When I read that article, I realized how terrifying Rika really was. Yeah, no kidding.
さてと、ごちそうさまなのでした。今日は呼んでもらえて嬉しかったのです。あら、もう帰りますの？もうちょっとゆっくりしても。タンスのお片付けの途中だったのですよ。あのままではお布団が敷けないのです。あ、それもそうですわね。
Oops, looks like I called her at a bad time.
うん。レナが電話した時はお部屋の片付け中だったんだよ。
Oh, I'm reading that. Like, we're kind of doing both, Shera. I haven't read it. Like, I think I'm in chapter 2 of both, actually. So we're kind of on a somewhat even pace here. Yeah. Somewhat even.
でも駆けつけてくれたんだよね。まあ、非常時だから仕方ありませんわ。
So it'll probably take me a good long while to get through both of them, but I do want to get to that point eventually. I don't mind the slow burn myself. It's just nice.
それに甘いものをいっぱいいっぱい食べさせてもらいましたですから、とても喜んでいますよ。
今日はありがとな。急に呼び出しちゃって。
シオンによろしくとお伝えなのです。では失礼しますわ。レナさんはどうぞごゆっくり。うん、そうするね。じゃあね。
Wow. The Ayaya exit. Rika and Satoko in a good mood horsed around with each other as they left. Well, we're finally done with that. Oh my, that was the thing of all time. So I could look forward to in both. Oh yeah, I'm sure there is. Yeah. I'm not too worried. Because they both have already had some very interesting moments, so I'm sure there's going to be a lot more to come in each. While Rena and I were having a discussion about the dessert we just ate, Shion arrived with some coffee.
あら、ちっちゃい二人は帰っちゃいましたか?
Like that she refers to them like that, as if you don't know them already. Sus. Hearing them called the little ones was so strange, I inadvertently burst out laughing.
なんか片付けの途中だったとかで帰っちゃったよ。
She had brought enough coffee for 4 people.
先輩に話を聞きました。なんだか私のためにいろいろご迷惑をかけてしまったみたいで。
全然迷惑じゃないよ。他ならぬしーちゃんのピンチだしね。あ、いいよねしーちゃんで。みーちゃんとお揃いで可愛いかなって。
あ、まあどうぞご自由に。
There you go. Shion seemed a bit hesitant when Rena started talking to her. She is pretty sharp about some things, so Shion was probably worried that Rena would find out that she was Mion after talking like this. Shion said she'd have to work soon and hurried off back to the kitchen, leaving behind coffee just for the two of us.
レナにそっけなかった。慣れ慣れしい子だと思われちゃったかな。
It's not that deep.
照れてるだけだよ。
でも本当にそっくりだね。双子ってよりももう一人のみーちゃんみたいな感
Yeah,
じ。
surely that's not the case.
外見は似てるけど、雰囲気っていうか、中身は全然違うだろ。そういう双子も面白いと思うけどな。
ケイチくんはそう思う？中身もそっくりだと思うよ。
It somehow became silent. Well, that was an interesting comment, but yeah. Then I was just staring at the pattern the milk made on the surface of her coffee without saying a word. For somebody like me who could never stop talking, it was a rather uncomfortable moment. Team Crocodile disguise, yeah, basically. And as off-put mannerisms seemed to imply I said something I shouldn't have. Like that. The unpleasantness carried on for a little while.
レナさ、今日言ってたろ。ミオンが傷つけられたなんて話。
Oh yeah, can we go back to that one? True.
そんな話したかな。
だからとぼけるなよ。確かに言ったよ。今日の学校からの帰り道で。
She answered by laughing while continuing to play dumb, question if she said that. As stick-headed as I was, I had a faint realization. She wanted to say that I was the one who hurt her. Ooh. But when? Me?
もし仮にそういうことがあったとしても、それは俺には悪意はなかったんだよ。
I continued the conversation, but left out the assumption that I had hurt Mion.
きっとそうだと思う。ケイチくんに悪気はなかったと思うな。
She replied, also leaving out the assumption that I had hurt Mion. But that confirmed it. I don't know how it happened, but it seemed that I had hurt Mion. And then I was upset with me due to the fact I hadn't realized it.
誤解しないでほしいんだけど、別にレナは怒ってるわけじゃないよ。
She's surprisingly normal here for once. Almost scarily normal. Seeing right through what I was thinking, then I said that as she smiled even more gently than usual.
ただなんていうのかな。難しいなって。
俺に落ち度があるなら、はっきりそうだと言ってくれないか。
True.
俺は自分でも呆れるほど鈍感なんだ。謝るべきことがあるなら、少しでも早くそれに気づいて謝罪したいと思って。
I can kind of relate to him as well. Are you guys the same, like in the fact that if someone is upset at you and they're not just, you know, telling you what it is, you just get a bit annoyed about it? Like, I'm kind of like that. Like, you know, you just tell me, like, fuck it, dude. If I did something wrong, I'll try and make up for it and apologize and whatnot. But like, don't be like, you know, like trying to hint or not say stuff and what. Like, it just makes it worse, I think. You know, like if I fucked up, just let me know. It's like, hey, you know, bro, that was not okay. And I'm like, yeah, okay, you're probably right. Sorry, I messed up, and then, you know, kind of move on from there. But like, it's always annoying when someone is like, you know.
別にケイチくんに落ち度なんかなかったと思うよ。
Direct confrontation. That's what it's all about.
考えようによっては、ずるいのはみーちゃんの方なのかもしれないし、ずるいのが女の子だって居直るのもまたずるい気がするし、
True. What she said was draped in mystery. Unfortunately, I had no idea what she meant. The only thing I got out of it was that I had said or done something to inadvertently hurt Mion.
頼むよ、レナ。ミオンは俺の最高の仲間の一人だ。
Yeah.
遺恨を残してなんか付き合いたくない。だから教えてくれよ。俺は何を傷つけてしまったんだ。
ダメだよ。
Damn.
こういうのは自分で気づかなきゃ。
Damn you. She was smiling like she always did, but spoke bluntly. The fact that she had this strength of will surprised me for a moment.
それに気づけないからこうして頼んでるんだろ。
My tone had unintentionally become harsh. Then I was also surprised for a moment, but quickly returned to her flat demeanor.
じゃあヒントだけならいいかな。特別なんだよ。
Okay.
すまん、頼む。ちゃんと考えるから。
Then I looked around the restaurant searching for Shion. She was working enthusiastically without confidence as usual.
Go!
Yo.
Finally, I have achieved a year.
Yo, Truth in Silence with the full year, 12 months. Thank you so much. And a big welcome back to the Go Gang. Enjoy the Holy Grail, my dude. Thank you for the continued support. How you doing? Very nice.
ちゃん、髪の毛を上げて結んだら、みーちゃんと見分けつかなくなるんだろうね。
うん、そうだな。
じゃあさ、みーちゃんが髪をほどいたら、やっぱりしーちゃんと見分けがつかなくなるのかな？
I guess.
多分な。でも、それとこれと何の関係があるんだよ。
Is she offended that he keeps thinking they're the same person? Is that what this is about?
もしもだよ。
If you do Forza 6 at a time, so keep in mind only Xbox controller works. I remember you said you wanted Forza 6. Oh, really? I mean, there's always programs you can use to, map stuff. And does Steam input not work though? Because Steam does that for you as well. Like it's another way to go around it. Like it can do the whole converting by itself. You know, it's like a global input it uses that, controllers can share. I assume that should be fine anyway. Like in 2026, I would assume it's totally fine. You'll probably just have like Xbox layouts, like the legend is gonna show like X and Y and shit. But that's fine because I know what those are anyway, because I used an Xbox controller for a long time. Like if it means the legend is wrong, that's fine. But I'm pretty sure it would still work at least. From what people said, it doesn't work. You didn't try? Surely it would work. Like it's 2026. Like come on, that would be crazy. I mean, even if Steam input doesn't work, there should be a program or something that makes it work anyway. Like DS for Windows. That at least can. I've used that a lot, and it can convert PlayStation inputs to Xbox. So that should at least work.
双子の妹なんて話は嘘で、あれは妹のふりをしてるみーちゃんだったら。
Clueless?
どう思う？
And I was sharper than her daily behavior belied. I was hesitant in verbally affirming that, but it was the right answer.
質問に質問で返すようで悪いけどさ。
But I'm probably not getting it anytime soon though. Because I have a lot of games to play anyway, and I don't want to pay like full retail price right now for a game like that. It's kind of out of my league right now. But it's fun, because again, I can always just get it later from a sale or something. It's definitely not shortage of games for me to play both on stream and off stream, that's for sure. Get a steering struggle to set it up like on a pixel. I heard and I saw like a clip about it. I don't. He was working on it for like hours, right? That's crazy. How is it that hard to set up? Was he just trolling? I have no idea.
レナの言う通り、ミオンがシオンのふりをしていたとして、それは何のためだよ。
Pretty crazy. After maintaining the silence for a while, Rena glanced at the clock.
そこを考えてほしいな。ヒントにしては多すぎかも。
Maybe. After thanking me for the dessert, Rena stood up from her seat.
ごめんね。 るお買い物があるからそろそろ帰るね。
Almost all your free time has been playing Forza since its release. Yeah, I've seen a lot of friends of mine dump a lot of hours into it as well that got it on launch. I assume that means the game is really good. You probably wouldn't do that much then, if it wasn't.
しーちゃんには挨拶もせずに先に帰っちゃって。
I heard there's like this one player that's like sabotaging multiplayers and then now he's already become an infamous legend. It was like some David Bowie knife or something. No, like just Bowie knife 99 or something. Yeah, Bowie knife 99. I saw a clip of him like landing on top of someone and sending them like outside of the map or something. Like what the fuck is like that guy's already like some kind of an urban legend that apparently is real. And so people have said they have seen him in their games as well. Just trying to sabotage shit or whatever. Kinda cool when shit like that happens, honestly.
ああ、伝えておく。
ごめんね。
え？
レナって怒りんぼなの。怒ってごめんね。ケイチくんだけが悪いわけでもないのに。
They did way marketing for the game. Honestly, this could be one of those, you know, nothing ever happens moments, but I feel like there could be a tiny chance this could all be an industry plant, right? You never know. It probably isn't. It probably is an actual real-life player that actually just became viral. I think it is more likely to be that, but you never know. There is always a chance that this could be like an industry plant thingy, right? And even them making posts about it could be like a thing. It's not just the guy, but it might be people making the posts about it as well. Because again, there's always like one of these tinfoil hat theories that you can make. But it probably is honestly all organic, if I had to guess. It would be kind of weird to stage shit like that. Then I was harsh in her apology, but I was the only one who really should have apologized. His action AI player was way too aggressive. Oh really? No, that's kind of crazy.
兄ちゃんだってもうそんなに気にしてないことだと思うの。だからなかったことにして忘れちゃってもいいと思うんだけど、でもね、同じ女の子としてはケイチくんに自分で気づいて自分で謝りに来てほしいなって夢を見ちゃうの。
That was such a very unenergetic how at the end. Just being real. Switching to cute mode only at the end, she disappeared in the direction of the register. That may have been the most realist thing or conversation she's had in this story so far. She was like completely normal. While I was staring into space, somebody suddenly tapped me on the shoulder.
お待たせしました。
Oh, she's out of her uniform.
やっと終わりました。
It was Shion who had changed into her street clothes. She flashed a smile while greeting me.
今日は本当にありがとな。どれもすごい美味しかった。みんなも喜んでたよ。
いえいえ、そんな。でも喜んでもらえて嬉しかったです。あれ？さっきの女の人も帰っちゃったんですか？
買い物があるって言って帰ったよ。先に帰って申し訳ないって伝えておいてくれって。
そうですか。じゃあ私たちも表に行きません？たとえオフでもバイト先は緊張しちゃいますから。
We ended up strolling around without any destination in particular. I had been sitting the entire time, so I was in need of a breath of fresh air. Plus stamina Uma skill, ayo. Brain rot. When we left, the sky had already become draped in a veil of darkness.
はあ、なんだか暗くなってきちゃいましたね。もっと早めに終わらせてもらえる約束だったのに。
She seemed upset that there wasn't much time left.
でもいいかな。ちょっとでもこうしてのんびりお話できる時間が取れたから。
Saying that, she set out for the tree-lined boulevard behind the station. The front of the station was slowly becoming crowded with businessmen heading home.
さて、自己紹介からしようかな。初対面はいきなりお姉と間違えられるという衝撃的な出会いだけで、互いに挨拶もしてないですからね。
Clueless. I could only smile and laugh wryly.
私、園崎シオンと申します。
I'm sure it is.
お姉と似てるのは外見だけなんですよ。
I'm sure that's the case.
お姉は大雑把で暑苦しい人なんだけど、私は几帳面だけど涼しい人なんです。
I remember what Rena and I had been talking about earlier. I said that they looked the same, but their personalities were different, while Rena said they were both the same. I don't know what tipped her off, but Rena figured out that Shion was Mion. Also related to that, she said that I had hurt Mion. Rena had given only one hint. That was, why is Mion pretending to be Shion? So he caused this? Is that what the case is?
シオンは俺のことミオンからなんて聞いてるんだ？
There you go. Might as well have this discussion now.
お姉はケイちゃんのことお気に入りみたいですから。
Hey yo.
饒舌にいろいろと喋ってくれますよ。部活の話とか、やられたとかやり返したとか、そんな男の子みたいな話ばかりです。本当に仲がいいんですね。
Boyish kind of stories, huh? Come to think of it, I think there was something Shion told me before. Kei-chan, you don't think of my sister as a girl, do you? Was that what happened that hurt her? Oh, so then she became this because she's like very girly now? Could that be the case? Mion herself said that she wished she'd been born a boy and that being a girl didn't suit her. She said a lot of things to that effect, didn't she?
ケイちゃん、さっきからなんだか楽しくなさそうですけど。
いや、そんなことないよ。
隠し事が下手なくせに嘘つこうとするんですよね。だから憎めないんですけど。
Saying that she lightly chopped my forehead. Chop! Even though Shion was enjoying herself, I was still trying to figure out how I had hurt Mion. I was having a hard time figuring out the riddle that Rena had left me with.
ほら、あれ、綺麗だと思いません？男の子でも綺麗に感じます？
いいよ。
へえ、綺麗だな。
She was having fun window shopping, dragging me by all sorts of stores I would normally never enter. But it wasn't like she was begging me to buy her anything. And I wasn't getting bored either. It was just something to talk about as we walked around. In an easygoing way, we browsed through numerous stores. We discussed all sorts of topics I knew nothing about, but I didn't lose interest. I had the feeling she was good at conversation.
ケイちゃんってこういうの初めてですか？
ああ、初めてだよ。こんな小物のお店なんかこうして連れてきてもらわなかったら一生入らなかったな。
そういうのじゃなくて、こういう感じの。
Whoa! I leapt back when she suddenly linked her arm with mine. Whoa!
そんなに驚かなくてもいいじゃないですか。女の子と腕を組むくらい、そんなに恥ずかしいことなんですか？
Her expression was a little bit miffed but suggestive at the same time.
別に恥ずかしくなんかねえよ。腕が欲しけりゃ1本でも2本でもくれてやるよ。
Playing Peak Chapter 2, yeah.
ほら
ケイちゃんって本当に退屈しない人ですね。お姉のお気に入りってのもよくわかります。
Sure.
いらねえなら引っ込めるぞ腕。
そんな喜んで拝借いたしますわ。
Laughing in good spirits, she locked her arm with mine. My heart skipped a beat.
反応を楽しみたいんで意地悪に質問しますけど、ケイちゃん、女の子と腕組んだことあります？
Best girl for real. I mean, she seems kinda nice. Maybe a bit plain at times, but you know, kinda nice in this way, I guess.
林間学校のキャンプファイヤーでってのはなしでです。
That little devil. She was asking that question knowing full well what the answer would be.
林間学校を封じられると辛いな。
そうだと思いました。
そのいたずらっぽい笑い方、本当にミオンと同じだな。お前、本当にシオンなんだろうな。ミオンがシオンだって嘘をついてるんじゃないのか？
Yeah.
お姉がシオンのふりをしてるかもしれないって思ってます？
さっきまでは双子だと思ってたが、悪ふざけの仕方がミオンとそっくりすぎるからな。
口ではそんなこと言ってますけど、ケイちゃんはちゃんと私とお姉を区別してますよ。
区別ってなんだよ。
お姉がこうやって腕を取ってきたら、ケイちゃんドキドキしますか？
する。関節技でもかけられるんじゃないかと思ってビクビクする。
She laughed so hard she had to hold on to her sides.
おいおい、そんなにおかしいことかよ。
It's just a prank, bro.
肩腹を押さえて涙溜めるくらいに。
いえいえ、お姉ってしょうがないなって思ったんです。年頃の男の子と腕を組んで心臓を高鳴らすこともできないなんて、本当に女の子失格ですよね。
Wow. I remembered once again that I'd heard someone say that before.
お姉は男の子に生まれた方が良かったんじゃないかなって思うことありますよ。そしたら私も惚れてるかもな。
Hey, yo.
なんちゃって
ミオンも男の子に生まれたかったなんて言ってたな。
お姉は女の子がしたいのか男の子がしたいのか中途半端なんですよね。まあ不吉祥な生き方のツケですからね。放っておいてあげてください。
さっきから実の姉に随分な言い方だな。
私ミオンのどことなく甘えたところ好きじゃないんです。
The way that Shion talked somehow sounded cold.
シオンってミオンとあんまり仲良くないの
I
か？
guess it's the only way she can talk about it is by doing this.
まあそこそこは仲良くやってます。でも姉妹として許せないなってところはいろいろありますよ。あれ見てください。可愛いと思いません？
Classic. Change the subject. I turned to look at where she was pointing. What was there was the familiar display window of a toy shop. Was this the one where they had that tournament thingy in the start of chapter 2? The same shop was the stage for the incident that occurred during last Sunday's club activities. Well, there it is, I guess. Yeah, it is the same one. What Shion was pointing at was a display with a plethora of adorable dolls that looked like the sort of girls would like.
女の子ってどうしてこういうのが好きなのかな。
だって可愛いじゃないですか。ケイちゃんは可愛いって思いませんか？
俺は男だから特にそういうのは感じないよ。
まあまあ、ケイちゃんはこの中で一番可愛いのはどれだと思います？
Shion, pulling on my arm, motioned to the row of dolls. They were lined up like they were close sisters taking a commemorative photo. A few of them seemed strangely familiar.
こっち側に並んでる4つは見覚えがあるな。
やっぱり有名なんですね。ケイちゃんでも知ってるくらいだから。
She sounded impressed.
最近イギリスから入ってきたばかりの新作なんですよ。
Oh no.
この辺ではまだ売ってますけど、都市部の方じゃ品切れ状態で安さがポイントのはずなのに変に高騰しちゃってるそうですよ。
女の子っていい年になってもこういうのが好きなんだな。
人にもよるでしょうけど、人形とかぬいぐるみとかを嫌いな女の子ってそんなにいないと思いますよ。あの男女のお姉ですら可愛いって言ってましたから。
へえ、ミオンも可愛いって言うのか。そりゃすごいことだな。
Wow. That's right, I just remembered. The store owner gave this one to us after Sunday's event. Except for Mion, who was a relative, everybody had gotten something.
やっぱりあれが一番ですよね。ドレスのふわふわな感じが本当に。
それだ。この店のマスターに俺がもらったやつだ。
Clueless?
らしいですね。
She replied softly but clearly.
吉郎おじさんが 日曜日のイベントを盛り上げてくれたお礼にって。
She knows about the event too. Mm-hmm.
お姉が連れてきた友達4人に配ったんだそうです。
Mm-hmm.
ドレスの人形はケイちゃんがもらったんですね。
Well.
どうでしたか？とっても可愛かったでしょ？
As a man, there's no way I think it was cute.
じゃあその人形どうしちゃったんですか？
持っててもしょうがないからあげちゃったよ。
To who? As she laughed, I could hear an audible click run through my head, like the piece of a jigsaw puzzle snapping into place. Flashback?
今日はみんな本当にありがとう。おかげでイベントは大盛り上がりだったよ。大したものじゃないけど、これ今日のおだちんに。
あ、吉郎おじさん。私にはないの？おだちん。
Also, I like that this door is called, I think it's called Da Vinci. Shout outs.
あらあらあら。
Hobby Shop Da Vinci.
かわいいのが出てきましたわよ。
When Satoko and Rika opened up the bag, there were cute little stuffed animals inside.
わあ、これかわいい。お持ち帰りしていいの？本当に？
ってことは俺のもかな。お、なんだかやたら可愛いのが出てきたぞ。
It was a stuffed toy wearing a beautiful dress, or one you'd used to play house. And as eyes were glued to my stuffed doll, Satoko was the same, and Rika too? I see. It wasn't just Rena, Satoko, and Rika. There was one other person who seemed jealous. Uh-huh.
ケイちゃんには一番似合わないのが出てきちゃったね。
She totally wants it so bad. Not wanting for her expression to give it away, she had said that to hide her embarrassment.
なんつうのか、プリティっていうか、キュートっていうか、可愛いのは認めるんだが、着せ替え人形はちょっとな。
ケイちゃんが持ってたら、確実に明日からアレな趣味の人扱いだね。
Her usual teasing way of talking. I looked around to see who I should give the doll to. She was right in front of me. Leon was the only one who hadn't received the present, so I thought about giving it to her. But I didn't. Ooh. Oh, of course. Wow, they made a CG for this too. Look at her disappointed face on the background though. Oh no. Oh no, man.
くれるの？レナに？ありがとう。
Turning away from Mion's covetous gaze, I gave the doll to Rena. Mion's smile bore into my back. So I guess this is the part that hurt her, I'm guessing. Yeah, it must be this one. Or at least this was like a nail in the coffin type of situation. There was no way I couldn't have noticed. Why did I not give it to Mion? Since she was the only one who didn't get anything, wouldn't it have just been standard practice to give it to her? At that time, I had noticed that something was wrong. That's why I said it.
保身のためだよ。レナにあげないと夜道が怖い。
Yeah. Make a joke about it.
違いない違いない。
Oh, she hurts.
ミオンにあげようかと思ったけど、ちょっと違うよな。
Something dark flickered briefly in Mion's eyes, but at the time I didn't notice it. I had thought to give it to her. Why didn't I?
へへへへ、わかってるじゃない。私さ、どうして男に生まれなかったのかなって思う時あるよ。
She herself had said that with a laugh, so I didn't realize that I had hurt her. Bruh.
そうだな。ミオンってかっこいい系の方が似合うやつだもんな。だからこの店の手伝いは。
Oh, and then this was a continuation of that made her feel worse as well. Oh no. Shion asked, probably thinking she misheard me.
その制服 ミオンなんかには絶対に似合わないと思うけど、
Ooh. Ooh.
シオンちゃんにはよく似合ってると思うしさ。
それって、
Shion, like Ren often does, spaced out and turned bright red. Mion seemed really happy. She seemed happy that I complimented Shion. Saying that it didn't suit Mion but that it suited Shion. Saying that it suited her seemed to make her happy.
ミオンの双子の妹なんだよ。性格は違うけど、外見は瓜二つなんだ。
そうそう、外見は似てるけど中身は大違いなんだよ。私は優しくて思慮深いけど、シオンは冷めてておっかない性格なんだよね。
多分生まれた時にミオンの女の子らしい部分は全部シオンに行っちゃったんだと思う。ミオンと違って実にはにかんだ笑顔の似合う可愛い女の子なんだ。
Oh no. Mion's made a strange face that was both angry and happy at the same time. It seems she was happy that I said Shion was cute. Sneaking a look inside the box to say that she just put some of the leftovers inside would have been a lie. There was an elegant meal stuffed inside.
本当にいいのか？これタバスコとかがいっぱい入ってるとか、そういう冗談じゃないのかよ。
Tabasco, good sieve though.
もう、お姉じゃないんですから、私そんなことしませんよ。別に嫌なら無理しなくても。帰って自分で食べちゃいますから。
I'm not my sister. That was how she said it. Shion was insistent that she wasn't Mion. She was saying that she was her, and that I shouldn't think of her as Mion. When Mion was Shion, I carried a special meaning.
みーちゃんって不思議でしょ？女の子なんだけど、男の子みたいっていうか。
That's what Rena said.
でもね、そんなみーちゃんも、本当はすっごく女の子らしいんだよ。
レナ、お前、ミオンにいくらもらったんだよ。
Damn.
違うの。もう、ちゃんとした話をしてるんだよ。
She began to pout. Now probably wasn't the right time to joke around.
みーちゃんは部活の部長さんだから、みんなのリーダーとして頑張ってるけど、本当はとっても可愛い女の子なんだよ。それ、特に圭一くんには忘れてほしくない
SMH bro
の。
again. There was never a riddle to begin with. Then I was saying the answer right from the beginning.
それで、もう私、何が何だか、わからなくなっちゃって。ケイちゃんに悪気がなかったのはわかってる。わかってるつもり。
This is real.
圭一くんは人を傷つけるような人じゃないよ。だから、みーちゃんが痛みを覚える必要なんか全然ないんだよ。
じゃあ、何なんだろうね。悔しいのか、それとも悲しいのか、全然わかんなくて。
Feels bad,
欲しか
man.
ったあのお人形。レナがもらったのをあげても何にも解決にならないもんね。
そうだね。
じゃあみーちゃん、圭一くんにおねだりしてごらんよ。正面からぶつかってみた方が結構解決できるかもしれないよ。
そんなのできるわけないじゃない。
今さら
I'm actually seeing both of these characters more real than we've ever seen them before. But it's sad.
ミオンじゃない私でもう一回やり直したい。そうしたら今度はもっと素直になりたい。ミオンとしてのケイちゃんとの関係はとても気に入ってるよ。わがままだと知ってるけど、もう一回
きっと気づいてくれるよ。
Now is Rena's as smart as one of them all. I feel like Kinda, yeah. But at the same time, I feel like when the gift exchange happened, she probably could have hated it a little bit. So that she was like, come on, give it to her or something instead. She probably realized it too at the time, but yeah. I get it though.
そうかな。
レナも応援するから。みーちゃんの悲しみが軽くなる方法を探してみようよ。私を信じて。みーちゃんを泣かせたりなんか絶対にさせないから。
信じる。信じる。
きっとケイイチくんはみーちゃんのことも分かってくれるよ。それでね、無神経なことを言ってごめんねって言って、あのお店にみーちゃんを連れて行って、あのお人形をプレゼントしてくれるの。
Okay.
うん。そうしたら、みーちゃんもありがとうって言うんだよ。茶化しちゃダメだよ。素直に言うんだからね。
Sad.
欲しいなって言ったら、
Okay, come on, bro. You gotta do it. That, come on, bro. Come on, bro. She said it quietly, doing her best to quell her embarrassment. I would have reflexively begun to lightly tease her to hide my embarrassment. Like Mion, I quelled that impulse.
いいよ、ミオン。今日までのお礼ってことで、どれでも
There
買っ
you
て
go.
やるよ。
Come on. Yeah, no, don't beat around the bush, man. Come on. My voice cracked with the unfamiliar words. In order not to lose beyond trying her best, I tried my best as well.
だから私、ミオンじゃなくてシオン。
じゃあ、シオン。シオンに買ってやるよ。
She looked down, red-faced. She pointed at the doll at the dress through the store window.
本当にいいんですか？あのドレスのだけはちょっぴり高いんですよ。
値段の問題じゃないだろう。気持ちの問題だよ。
私、今日はケイちゃんに嫌なお客さんから助けてもらえて本当に嬉しかったです。先輩たちもみんな助けてくれなかったのに、ケイちゃんだけは助けてくれました。私の肩をグイって引っ張ってくれましたよね。あの時すごくかっこよかったです。なのに私恥ずかしくってちゃんとしたお礼もできなくって。
I clamped my hand down on her head and ruffled her hair roughly, like how I would do to Rena and the others. When I did that, Shion, like Rena would have, spaced out and blushed slightly.
そんな難しいのは抜きでいいよ。あの時、あげてればよかったんだ。
In that case, how you doing, man?
そうすれば、みんな楽しく笑ってられたんだ。
She didn't respond. She had turned bright red like she was trying to hold back both laughter and tears.
今買ってくるよ。そこで待ってろよ。
私も一緒に行きます。
Saying that, she grabbed onto my arm once again. She wasn't trying to be stoic anymore.
お姉がどうしてケイちゃんのことを好きなのか、私ね、ケイちゃんのことちょっぴり好きになってもいいですか？
The unfamiliar situation made my head start to spin. Whoa, what am I doing? I had reached my limit. Smiling wryly to hide my embarrassment, I dragged Shion into the store with me.
すみません。表のショーウィンドウにあるドレスの人形が欲しいんですけど。
Just straight to the point. After a moment, I heard a voice of acknowledgement and an apron-clad employee soon appeared.
ケイちゃん？
Wait, what? Huh? Wait, Nah, wait, no. Okay. I mean... What the fuck? Cool.
それになんであんたがここにいるの？
Oh no.
バイト中のお姉には関係ない私、ケイちゃんとデート中なんですから。
Okay.
なんでケイちゃん
Even if you ask why, I'd like to know the answer myself. Mion looked at me with an expression of confusion and surprise. Oh, but that was the same with me. If she was there, then who was next to me?
最初からそうだって言ってますよ。園崎シオンです。
Oh my god.
お姉の双子の妹ですよ。
Nah, that's fucked.
ケイちゃんだって私のことをシオンって呼んでたじゃないですか。
Nah, dude. Shion saying that pouted cutely.
どういうことなの？説明してよ、シオン。
別にお姉がご就寝のケイちゃんってどんな人なのかなって思って、デザートフェスタのチケットを都合してあげたんです。そしたらケイちゃん、私が嫌なお客さんに絡まれているところにさっそうと現れて、
Oh no, it's not gonna get better, is it? Oh no.
バッタバッタとなぎ倒して私を助けてくれて、
Both Mion and I raised our voices pathetically, expressing our confusion to the utmost.
ミオンが電話をくれたの？昨日さ。
しないよ、私。何のことか全然わかんない。
私、ケイちゃんのためにお弁当を届けてあげたよね。
Oh no.
あれは私だもんね。それともあれ、お姉だったの？園崎ミオンともあろうお方が手作り弁当を作って男の子の家に海外しく届けに行ったと？へえ、お姉って見かけによらず大胆。
Wow. With a loud pop, a trail of smoke began to rise from Mion's head.
いや、知らない知らない。
ほらね、ケイちゃん。
Fiona is evil like her. I mean, she seems to be a case, alright.
お姉は知らないって。だから昨日までのは全部私。園崎
So this is actually a thing? I'm still kinda like trying to like cope with it. I don't like, what the fuck? How?
私のふりをしたお姉かもしれないと思ってたかもしれないけど、
How?
これで疑いは晴れたでしょ？
I couldn't tell up from down at the moment. If there was a mirror around, I could have seen my eyes go wide from the shock.
さあ、店員さん、表のショーケースの人形包んでくださいね。大好きになった人からの初めてのプレゼントだから、ちゃんとリボン付きで梱包してほしいです。
Yeah. Mion, completely flustered, was being cornered by a sly-faced Shion. My brain had stopped working. Yeah, like seeing them next to each other and that caption right there. Yeah, that's relatable. One could say, like just this right here. This. The caption, the image. Okay, dude.
そんな、ケイちゃん、何がどうなって。
Very awkward.
じゃあ行こう。ケイちゃん、もう暗くなってきたからお家まで送ってあげるね。
My boy's gonna get his ass blasted tomorrow.
おねえ、悪いけど沖宮の家に電話して車を回すように言ってもらえる？
So what the fuck? Did Rena know? Or did she get jebaited as well? I can't tell. What the fuck?
自転車も積めるようにワゴンか何かで来てほしいって伝えてね。
In contrast to Shion, who had glee written all over her face, Mion was an empty shell and looked like she could burst into tears at any moment. Oh man.
ケイちゃん。
After that, her grumblings were unrelenting. this is all so awkward. Oh, and it just cuts off there. Oh my god. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Yikes. Yikes. Oh. Is that the end of the chapter? Not easy being green. Figure out the twins. Achievement unlocked. Wow. I mean. Okay, I'm gonna need to hydrate a bit, or caffeinate a bit before we look at the interlude. Oh my god. Oh. I can't believe it, bro. This is pretty fucked. Okay. Ay, ay, ay. Hey, happy Thursday, chat. Woo. Wow. Yeah, that was a thing. What is this now? It hasn't been a while. Is this the same scene where does it just show how it ends after that? Huh? Maybe, since the last interlude was like right after the thing as well, I think.
初めましてじゃないですって。昨日まで毎日お会いしてたじゃないですか。
Okay.
もういい。お前がそうだって言うなら、そういうことでいい。
Someone from Shion's house came to get me in a station wagon. I had initially refused, but she insisted, and so both my bicycle and I ended up stuffed in the car. It's so old school, like 90s. Said car was currently driving across the single bumpy road leading to Hinamizawa. For goodness sake, Shion was at Mion's level at least, or maybe an even better actor. Either way, no matter what questions I pressed with her, she'd slip out of them like an eel. I guess this is obviously before the revelation just happened. Oh my.
さあ、試せばそうなるんじゃないですか。
Clueless.
私たち筋金入りの一卵性ですから。昔は服を取り替えっこしただけで誰も見破れなかったものです。お姉と一緒に断るごとに入れ替わっていろいろと騙したりしました。
I'm kind of happy that I'm not identical with my twin brother, because I figure it would be so like awkward in some cases and make for some silly situations. So I'm kind of glad that we were very distinct. So that's nice. The middle-aged driver wearing a black suit heaved a heavy sigh like he were a butler.
なあにかさい、その深いため息は。
失礼しました。昔から変わられないなと思っただけです。
Oh my god, it's him! This voice, it's Madao or Gendo from Evangelion and etc. I forgot his name. Yo, what the fuck? They got him in this too. I love that guy. Madao is my favorite Gintama character as well. It's totally him. You could see many years of hardship on the man's face through the rear view mirror.
それより、ケイちゃんの家ってこっちでいいんですか？葛西はその先本家の道。
If you were identical, you would have to share all the Riz with the Grand Zerker. I guess, yeah. You mean your brother didn't do some streets for you to take a day off? That would have been handy, I guess. But I like my job, so honestly, I never really had a need for that anyway. He's gonna do the pose. I hope so. That would be funny. I doubt we'll ever see him what he looks like though, but yeah, it would be funny.
そりゃ困る。すみません。次の右に入る細い道のところで止めてください。そこまでで結構です。
He stopped the car at the desired place. The driver, Kasai, got my bike out of the trunk for me.
あ、どうもすみません。今日は送ってもらってありがとうございます。
Oh.
圭一さんでしたか、お名前。
Wait, they actually do have a fucking model for him? Why is his forehead so massive? He kind of looks a tiny bit like Gendo, but not really. Is this... I wonder if that's why they got the VA. Also, wow, he's so tall. Why is his torso so fucking long? I guess the coat is just long. No, his hands are still there. He's fucking long. Oh yeah, let's see if he has old sprites. What the fuck? The remake looks... he has like skulls on his thighs, like Yoshikage Kira over here. What the fuck? He just wants to live a quiet life. Looks like a secret agent in this one. Alright, let's see the OG if it has one. Oh, honestly, it actually doesn't look that bad. It actually looks kind of normal because you can't see the fucking boxing glove hands. It actually, I mean, it doesn't look great, but it looks kind of normal, at least proportions-wise. It's like the first sprite we've seen in the original art style that looks semi-normal, with like normal proportions. Until he lifts his hands up and you see the boxing gloves again. Wow, that's kind of funny. I like that his tie is different in every single one. He's like got like this normal like square pattern here. Here he's Yoshikage Kira for no reason, seemingly. And then here he has like a fucking LSD trip for a tie. Everything else, like, yeah, is the same pretty much, except the like decoration on the, you know, collar changes like sides or look, but besides that, he's like the same. Wow. Interesting.
いろいろと災難はあると思いますが、そのうち飽きると思いますので、どうかそれまでご辛抱ください。
Yeah, it's totally his voice. He gave me a deep, deep look of sympathy. It would be funny because they like, because in Mavlov they did a similar thing. They had a butler who was driving around Meiya. Fuck, I forgot his name. But he literally is voiced by like he's voiced by fucking Koyasu. But then the guy is like an Initial D reference as well. He like drives like crazy on the mountain slopes and whatnot. So now they did maybe a similar thing with like a Shaft 4 again. That'll be funny. This guy has definitely been dealing with the Sonozaki sisters ever since they were little kids.
ですが、ミオンさんと同じで、根は優しい方なんですよ。
それはつまり、ミオン並みに迷惑をかけるやつだということですか。
The man's face froze in a smile, his reply lost. Hey, back me up here.
じゃあね、ケイちゃん。また会いましょうね。お姉にもよろしくお伝えください。私も明日からひなみ沢の学校に通おうかな。
絶対に来るな。シオンが転校してきたら、俺が沖宮の学校に転校するから。
それはすごくひどいことですよ、ケイちゃん。
A short beep of the horn. The man gave a little wave to me from the driver's seat. Then the car withdrew into the dark night roads, leaving dust in its wake. Man, this entire day made no sense. I ran into Mion while I was with Shion, and the former's expression, like a pigeon shot with a pellet gun, had finally begun to make a strong impression on me. Is that the thing? Interesting. Also, new character, Pog. Alright, back to, what is it now, chapter 6 next of chapter 2? I think. Probably. I think it was end of 5 just now. Alright, let's keep going, we have time. We probably won't be finishing this chapter if I had to guess, but we'll see. The next day! It was a strange day where Mion was desperate to regain her composure. Every time our eyes met, she would say that she had something to do, or that she had to use the washroom and run off. Yeah, this is gonna be really fucking awkward after what happened last night, right? Oh my, as if it wasn't bad enough, seemingly. Unable to just watch, Rena was taking care of her the entire time.
今日のミオンさん、徹底的に変ですわね。
一部始終
You
を
feel
知
bad
って
for
はい
her?
るんだが。
Yeah, for sure, but it's a really weird situation that is kind of unfair at the same time, but yeah, still feels pretty bad.
女の子には不安定になる時もあるのです。放っておいてあげるのが一番なのですよ。
Turning around, I saw Rena calling me from the hallway. I wondered what it was.
ケイチくん、こっちこっち。
Hey yo.
なんだよ、こんなとこに呼んで。内緒話か？
その、災難だったみたいだね。
ね、
みーちゃん、かなり壊れてたけど、なんとか直しておいたから。
よく直せたな。一体どうやって？
テレビと同じ。
Okay.
斜め45度くらいの
Oh
角度
my
で、
god.
えいって。
Interesting. Saying that she made a chopping motion. You know, I can't tell if you're joking or not, right?
明日からは大丈夫だから。だけど、ケイチくんにもお願いしたいことがあるの。
悪気はないんだが、なぜか罪の意識もある。何でも聞くぞ。
みーちゃんはね、昨日までの数日間のこと、なかったことにするから。
Real? Never happened, huh? I see. Well, that's one way to run from it.
だからね、ケイチくんもなかったことにしてあ
Just
げて。
pretend.
それでみーちゃん、いつも通りだから。
そんな簡単なことで、本当に大丈夫なのか？
お願いだから、みーちゃんの心の整理がつくまで、
Go
そ
with
っ
the
としておい
flow.
てあげてよ。
わかったよ。
Even though I shouldn't have been at fault, for some reason I felt guilty. I mean, you kinda are, but, you know, not entirely, I guess. The one at fault here was the one who knew about the entire situation and pretended to be Mion for an entire day. Shion. Ugh, but she never once said that she was Mion. Yeah, I guess. Ugh. What am I supposed to be angry at? Seeing me stomping the ground impatiently, Rena giggled.
でも、ケイチくんも分かったでしょ？みーちゃんにも可愛いところがあるんだって。
She talked in a calm voice as her hair rustled in the wind.
ああ、退屈しないやつだということが分かった。
よかった。
Following this curt reply, she looked up at the sky and stretched.
ケイチくんがそれに気づいてくれれば、この数日間の出来事はすぐに笑い話になるんだよ。
Copying her, I also began to stretch as I looked at the sky. The clear sky towered into the distance.
今日は部活も何もなし。今日だけは申し訳ないけどケイチくん、下校は一人でいいかな。明日からは元通りだから今日だけね。
If all it took for everything to go back to normal was to leave Mion alone for today, then it was an easy decision to make.
分かったよ。ミオンに面と向かって言えないからレナに言っとく。なんだか申し訳ないな。謝る。
元はといえばケイチくんが無神経なことを言うからいけなかったんだよね。これに懲りて少しはデリカシーってものを身につけるんだよ。
Delicacy.
へいへい、努力します。
Alright. That day was the shortest day of my life. Then I was talking to Mion while accompanying her around the entire time. It looked like a really fun conversation, so I reflexively thought about joining in, but I had made a promise not to. It seemed that Mion was also trying her best to ignore me, so likewise I did my best to ignore her. For the first time in a while, I ate lunch alone. Mion and Rena ate theirs by themselves. As I let out a sigh in my ashen mood, Rika came over and patted me on the head.
ケイチもミーもいっぱいいっぱいお勉強しましたですね。
I'd never say it like that. It made it sound like we were having romantic problems. I didn't like that one bit. Hopefully the teacher wouldn't notice and call us to the staff room after school or something.
きっとケイチは素敵な大人になれますですよ。なでなで。
リカちゃんはお勉強家だからすごい素敵な大人になれそうだな。
もちろんなのですよ。 僕は大人になったらすごいのです。あら、私も大人になったらすごいレディーになるんですのよ。
さとこはいくつになってもお子様だと思うぞ。かけてもいい。
なんですって
Troll face. As Satoko snapped her fingers, a wash basin fell from above, hitting me squarely in the head. Flashback.
いってー、何しやがんだ、さとこ。
It was a day I could thoroughly appreciate the value of having friends. XD trolled. We do a bit of trolling. Stir a bit of a ruckus. Oh, flashback. Back home. He's leaving already though. Next day, I guess. That was a fast day. It really was the shortest day. Surely everything is fine now, Clueless. Okay. Today was Saturday, so school ended in the blink of an eye. Wow, weekend. It really felt good to go home with the sun so high in the sky. On any other day, our club would have been up to mischief during our ample after-school time, but today Rika had a rehearsal for tomorrow's Wata Nagashi to go to. Wait, it's tomorrow? Oh, shit. I mean, I guess we'll see what happens this time around, but it's a poopy thing.
リカちゃんはどんな調子？
Festival.
練習はバッチリ。
去年よりは頑張りますです。
去年は終わった後、ヘトヘトの汗だらけだったんだよね。
Oh no.
今年はもっともっと様になってますわよ。
She's always playing some Miko there, right? Doing like Shrine Maiden stuff.
特訓の成果、ご期待あすばせですの。
The Wata Nagashi Festival everyone had been talking about was tomorrow, wasn't it? Back to herself again. Well, she's smiling at least, yeah. The festival being in June felt a little early to me, but the onset of summer came quickly this year, so it fit the image of a summer festival pretty well.
じゃあ僕たちは失礼しますです。明日を楽しみになさいませ。それではごきげんようですわ。
Desua. Satoko and Rika waved to us energetically, then left.
そういえば聞いてなかったんだけど、祭り会場ってどこなんだ？この辺って祭りのできそうな場所なんてあったっけ？
古出神社でやるんだよ。
Shrine.
ほら、以前にみんなでお散歩した時に行ったでしょ。あの見晴らしの良かったところ。
Oh, right, I remember. There was a shrine all the way up on that hill, wasn't there? It seemed far too grand for Hinamizawa.
神社には立派な集会所とかもあって、老人会のカラオケとか習字サークルの会合とかを時々やってるからね。単なる神社というよりは公共施設のような雰囲気だね。
They haven't met Tomitake in this chapter, right? I want to say they haven't. Interesting.
なるほどね。それなら立派なのも納得かな。
At least I don't remember, at least. Maybe they did, but I want to say no.
みーちゃんちも今日の設営にはお手伝いに行くの？
0% crusty, there you go. Ship it.
男手がいるからね。
Easy.
町から親類が大勢手伝いに来るよ。
Male hands, huh? Well, I mean, I have nothing to do at home today, so...
俺みたいのが飛び入りで参加するとかえって邪魔になるか？
There you go.
ケイちゃん、手伝いに来てくれるの？
迷惑なら行かねえよ。単なる興味だからさ。
We had bond... Oh my god. Wow. That was a sizable one. We had Bond dances and other festivals in the town I used to live in, but I didn't even know where they took place, much less wanted to help. It was like, boss! It was just crazy, bro. You could say that I had absolutely no connection to the region. Having come to Hinamizawa though, it really made me feel like this place was a home that I had returned to. Before I knew it, I harbored a little interest in the small community activity of preparing for a festival the day before.
ケイチくん頑張れるかな。テントを立てたりパイプ椅子を並べたり、結構重労働って聞いてるよ。
別に俺一人でやるわけじゃないだろ。みんなでやればきっと早いぜ。
Mion looked happy to hear that, but at the same time her expression was complex, tinged with hesitation. Rena gave her the last push for me.
じゃあ決定だね。行ってきなよケイチくん。
There you go.
みーちゃんはビシビシこき使ってあげ
Time
て
to
ね。
make up, come on.
レナの推薦じゃ仕方ないな。じゃあさ、帰ったらラフな格好で神社に来なよ。汗拭き用のタオルもあるといいかもね。
よし来た。俺こう見えても太陽の下で汗をかくの嫌いじゃないんだぜ。
せいぜい腰を痛めないようにね。じゃあおじさんはこの辺で。私も着替えたらすぐに神社に行くから。
Right.
みーちゃんも頑張ってね。バイバイ。
Mion waved vigorously to us and left. As far as I could tell from her gallant retreating figure, she seemed to have recovered from the weak state she had yesterday. Yeah.
女の子は切り替えが早いんだから。もうみーちゃんも大丈夫だよ。
あれだけ綺麗に切り替えてくれるとこっちも実に合わせやすい。
でも面白かったでしょ。シンデレラみたいっていうのかな。魔法が解けたらもう会えないってところが。
Rena began to giggle a fair bit in amusement. Did she like this sort of thing? Incidentally, me going along with it gave me a weird hard-to-describe feeling. Did I turn myself into a plaything, or did they do it for me?
そんなに面白いならレナももう一人の自分を演じればいいじゃないか。
Monka?
面白そうだね。
Alright.
じゃあケイチくんはどんなレナに会いたいかな。
Careful with your words here, buddy.
アイドル真っ青のルックスと俺の言うこと、
Okay.
何でも確実に聞く器量よしてる。
This guy, he really is a gooner.
そんなの無理。
料理上手でお昼のお弁当を作ってくれて朝は迎えに来てくれて。
SMH, bro.
それいつもやってる。
I pull her head into a tight grip, then start to pet it.
竜宮レナなんだろ。レイナじゃなくてレナ。だからレナはいつまでもレナのまんまでいろ。
Wow, wholesome.
ありがとう。お祭りのお手伝い頑張ってね。
おう、明日祭りで会おうな。
I got changed right away and slinging a towel around my neck like Mion suggested, I set off for the shrine. Alright. Oh yeah, this chapter in particular is even called the Watanagashi, chapter 2, because they always have like subtitles. Obviously it already happened in the first chapter too, and that's kind of what started everything, like put everything into motion, but I guess there's maybe even a bigger emphasis on it this time, I don't know. At the shrine, there were more people than you'd imagine even live in Hinamizawa there. All cordoning off areas and setting up tent frameworks, chatting amongst themselves as they did so. Alright, so where is Beyond? The liveliness of the throng didn't make it easy to look for her. I searched around as if I already worked there, and suddenly the principal called out to me.
前原君であるか。感心である。綿流しの準備のお手伝いに来たのかね。
ああ、どうも。何かお手伝いできないかなって思いまして。
殊勝な心がけである。存分に汗を流すがよいぞ。
Spurred on by the principal, I came upon a group of people setting up tents.
ありゃ、前原の兄ちゃんじゃねえの。ひょっとして手伝いに来たのかい？
I hadn't found Mion yet, but I supposed I'd just get in her way if I ran into her.
おっす、手伝いに来ました。よろしくお願いします。
若いのは元気があっていいね。ほら、軍手つけて。テントは組んだことあるかい？
いえ、初めてっす。
Delighting in teaching a new skill to someone younger, plenty of people happily taught me all sorts of things.
じゃあ、兄ちゃんは天幕の内側に入って天骨の紐だけ結んで。結んだら足を立てて 残りの紐も結ぶからな。
蝶々結びでいいんですよね。よいしょ、よいしょ。
結んだか。立てるぞ。いっせーの。
What was once nothing more than a collapsed tent was raised on 4 splendid legs before my eyes in mere moments. Whoa! Seeing it put together like this is actually pretty moving.
ほれほれ、感動してる場合じゃないぞ。まだまだたくさんあるんだからな。トラックにテントを積んであるから、ここまで持ってきな。重いから2人でやれよ。
大丈夫っすよ。俺こう見えても結構力あるんすから。
Muscle man over here. They look light enough, so I thought they were, but they're heavy.
だから2人で運べって言ったろ。ほれほれ。
Said the man, lifting it up with a grunt and taking it away under his arm. Either I'm weak or these old guys have all superhuman strength.
ほら、一番若いんだから汗しないとダメだぞ。
Zoomers SMH.
頑張れ頑張れ。終わった後のビールがうまいぞ。
I don't think he can take part in that though.
俺未成年だし。
Sweat dripped from my body. I had been fully and completely absorbed in helping them. I would never have thought the cold barley tea from the Women's Society could taste this delish.
若いからね。担当のみ。
Glug glug.
ありがとうございます。
It was then that I realized a crowd had formed near the shrine a ways off. When I took a closer look, I saw a girl dressed in shrine maiden garb and a handful of old men, looking like they were preparing for the ceremony together.
リカちゃんか？おーい、リカちゃん、頑張れよ！
I shouted and it seemed like she heard me. Ayaya. Rika, positively exploding with vitality, answered with a smile. The older guys with me watched her as well with distant gazes.
リカちゃまも頑張るな。去年に比べるとだいぶ板についてきたみたいだしな。
The old lady who gave me the tea clasped what looked like prayer beads in her hands and said,
リカ様、ありがたや、ありがたや。
and just like that began to respectfully pray to her. I just remembered what they called it. That they called it Furude Shrine. Wasn't Rika's full name Furude Rika? The man standing next to me answered my question.
そうだよ。リカちゃまのフルデ一族は代々大社様をお祭りする
The lore!
正しい一族なんだよ。
It's the name again. There it is. The one with the curse. Wow. Okay. Huh? I'd always gotten the feeling she wasn't quite your average person, but it turned out she was from an esteemed family.
昨年、神主様だったお父さんが亡くなられてからは、ああやって頑張って祭事を引き継いでおるんだよ。この立派になった姿、神主様に見せたかったの。
Dad's not here. Where is he?
リカちゃんのお父さんってお亡くなりになったんですか？
よし、休憩終
No,
わ
they
り。
didn't answer.
次は使わないパイプ椅子を沖小の体育館に戻しちゃおっか。マーキさん、Kを回して何人か連れてってよ。
じゃあ前原君、最後にもう一働きしようか。
You're gonna make me do more work? I can't tell if they know I'm a minor or not, but the older men all cheer me on, encouraging me to do my best and that the beer will be great. Well. Oh. There she is. I passed by Mion. She was carrying a big cardboard box. It looked like she was right in the middle of working as well. Judging by the sweat seeping into her shirt, it seemed I wasn't the only one with his hands full.
おう頑張ってるぜミオンも頑張れよビールがうまいぞ
Hey yo. We were worked to the bone until the sun began to set and it started cooling off. Oh, there you go. It was soon full-fledged night, and the clear sound of the Higurashi eased the moderate pain I felt. The older guys began their night before drinking party in a tent a fair bit off, causing quite a ruckus. The shrine grounds, on the other hand, had turned into a lovely road tickled by the cool evening breeze, despite being so festive just a little while ago. The wind felt good. I leaned on one of the stone guardian dogs at the front of the shrine. I gave my legs a good stretch as I let my mind wander, and suddenly a paper cup filled with barley tea was thrust before me.
ケイちゃんお疲れ様。はい、麦茶です。
お、気が利くな。サンキュー、
Her voice sounded exactly the same, but it felt somehow different.
あ、お前は
Wait, what? Nah. Wait.
どうも、シオンです。
What's she doing here too? What the hell?
気が利いているのはシオンの方。
Hmm.
聞いてないのがミオンの方ですので、お間違いなきよ。
Okay.
シオン、てめえここで会ったが100年目
ケイちゃんが勝手に勘違いしたんですよ。私は初めからシオンとしか名乗ってませんし。
それを言われると弱い。
そうそう、お姉にすらかなわないケイちゃんが私にかなうわけないんですからね。それより麦茶ぬるくなっちゃいますよ。もう機嫌直してください。だからこれ仲直りの麦茶ってことで。
Well, she did come all the way here to give it to me. I guess I'll accept it. I took the cup and downed it in one gulp. And then suddenly, I heard a loud shout and it got stuck in my throat. Oh. Damn, awkward again. Hell.
今度はどっちだ本物のミオンか
シオンあんた、なんでまたケイちゃんと一緒にいるわけ
お姉と違って私は気配りとかできるタイプですから。汗だくになってたケイちゃんを放っておけなくて麦茶を持ってきたわけです。
This is so awkward.
ところでお姉はなんで麦茶を2つも持ってるんですか？
No. Mion's face went bright red and she tried to hide the paper cups behind her back.
いや、これは
大雑把で自分さえ良ければいいお姉がクラスメートの男の子に海外しく麦茶を持ってくるわけないですよね。
Damn, why? Dude, that's kinda evil.
結局何なんです？その2つの麦茶は。
これはそのすっごく喉が渇いちゃって2杯は飲めるかななんて。
That's a bad cover.
お姉らしい。それ一気一気。
Chug chug with you. As Shion cheered at her, Mion downed both the cups of tea, one after the other. Oh man.
さすがはお姉、見事な飲みっぷりでした。ケイちゃんも拍手拍手。
Wait, suddenly the situation has gotten unbelievable. Mion doesn't usually get manipulated so easily like that. I've known for a while now, but Shion is terrifying.
ミオンってシオンには頭上がらないのか？
私シオン嫌い。
Well, can't blame her though.
この前からもっと嫌いになった。
Just then I heard a snap of a camera shutter. Wait, is it finally time? Funny coincidence. Is it Tomitake? Oh, and it's her. Oh yeah, she was with him as well. Oh, okay. I think this is the first time we see them in chapter 2.
いよいよ明日がお祭りだね。
Well then. Hopefully they have a better festival this time around. Oh no.
今日は準備お疲れさん。
こんばんは。あら、シオンちゃん。珍しいわね、こっちへ来るなんて。
Again, this is the same VA as Eva in Umineko, right? It has to be, right? Like Taiga's VA, I forgot her name. Yeah, it's totally the same. It's a very similar tone to Eva as well.
ありゃ、富武のおじさまに高野さんじゃないですか。
Takano. Did we know her name? I probably just forgot. But yeah, I remember seeing her briefly. We mostly saw Tomitake though in chapter 1, but she was shown too.
こんばんは。ご無沙汰いたしております。
君が噂の転校生米原圭一君だね。今日は張り切って仕事してたね。感心したよ。
I feel like I've seen this photographer guy before.
どこかでお会いしてますよね。
覚えててくれて嬉しいね。圭一君とは道で何度かすれ違ってるよ。
Alright.
僕は富武。東京から来てるフリーのカメラマンさ。
じゃあ、私はわかるかしら？
すみません。覚えがないです。
高野美代さんだよ。
美代。
ケイちゃんはまだ風邪とかで診療所のお世話にはなってない？
I want to say all of these things happened when we weren't seeing it, but okay, let's see.
美代さんは診療所で看護師さん。
I don't think I ever saw anything like that, so this probably happened in the past.
高野よ。よろしくね。治療に来るときは教えてね。太めの注射針を用意しておくから。
Hey yo.
そりゃご丁寧にどうも。
Tomitake seemed to be quite entertained at the Sonozaki twins being in the same place, so he took picture after picture.
話には聞いていたけど、一卵性ソーセージってのは初めて見たよ。本当にそっくりなんだな。
そっくりなのは外見だけじゃないんですよ。ほら、下着もお揃い。
What? That's crazy. Things have never been as lively as when the two of them are together. I thought they were exactly the same at first, but I've started to get a handle on which one is which. Mion is Mion, and Shion, well, she seems a far better actor than Mion was. In the first place, somebody that could spurn Mion so easily wouldn't have shown such weakness to those lard buckets at Angel Moor. If that was the case, then that cowardly behavior from that day was all a complete act.
あの二人、昔はもっとそっくりでね。ご両親でもどっちがどっちかわからなくて手を焼いていたそうよ。
すごく想像に容易です。ご両親のご苦労がよくわかります。
Takano gave me an odd look, but explaining would have been a pain, so I didn't bother.
富武のおじさまはまた綿流しの取材が終わったら東京にとんぼ帰りですか？
本当はいつまでも滞在していたいんだけどね。しがない大人の都合ってやつさ。
お写真が早く素敵な賞を取るといいですね。お祈りしていますね。
ありがとう。今度来るときには今日撮った君たちの写真も持ってくるよ。
今日は前原くんもお疲れ様。慣れない力仕事で疲れたでしょ？
まあ疲れたけど結構楽しかったです。
若さね、羨ましいわ。
Takano smiled with an adult elegance that no one in my circle of friends possessed. The wind caught her hair. She gives off an intelligent beauty.
おやおや皆さん、
Oh, it's
こんに
always.
ちは。
I love his voice every time. It seemed like our merry crowd was standing out. This time an overweight older man addressed us. And again, he was someone I thought I knew. Yeah, I guess in chapter 2 we haven't seen them interact either yet. If I recall correctly, he's a policeman, isn't he?
あら、大石さん。こんばんは。明日の警備の下見ですか？
はははは。そんなところです。おや、富武くんじゃないですか。ご無沙汰しておりますね。
僕の名前を覚えていてくださったとは光栄ですよ。
あなたもつくづくひなみ沢が好きですな。ここいらへんは東京よりもずっとアパートは安いですよ。いっそ引っ越してくればいいのに。
True, maybe you'd be safer that way.
仲のいい不動産屋を紹介しますよ。
それは嬉しいですね。その節はぜひお世話になりたいです。
ではでは皆さん、良いお年を。園崎の双子さんも良いお年を。
良いお年を、大石刑事。
Why the tone?
お仕事よろしくお願いしますね。
They always had a weird tone with him. I guess they kind of conflict.
今年は皆さんの手を煩わせない綿流しにしたいです。
Yeah, it's definitely different. Okay.
こりゃ手厳しい。
Detective Oishi left us with a low laugh and headed off to talk to some police officers standing a ways away. I gave Mion a glance and saw her making an annoyed face, as if she were glaring bullets at someone she hated. Yeah, there it is.
そうね。今年は警察のお世話にならない綿流しになるといいわね。
This year, previous scuffles.
君も好きだね。
あら、二郎さんは嫌い？私、そういう夢のある話好きよ。潤いのない時代だからこそ、そういうのに憧れるの。
Careful what you say, though.
お社様のたたりか。
Yeah, there it is. Curse. Tomitake used a troubling word. Then suddenly someone tugged on my arm.
ケイちゃん、私お腹空いちゃったからさ、酒盛りのテントに行ってお菓子でも食べてこない？
No exposition for Keiichi allowed.
そうだな。俺もちょっとお腹が減ったかな。
行こう行こう。
A moment later, Shion said something to Takano and Tomitake that stung my ears and gave me a start.
今年は誰が死んで、誰が消えるんでしょうね。
Just very straightforward about it, yeah. Okay. I pulled back from Mion's grip and stopped abruptly.
シオン、今、なんて言ったんだ
Chapter 1 Monka Gigaballs. It felt like the air around us dried out all of a sudden.
行こうよケイちゃん。つまんない話だよ。
Hit him with the Robert Downey Jr.
お姉はまだケイちゃんに話してないの？
私、そういう話は吹き込まない主義なの。
I think he is actually getting less exposition this time around. He had known much more about this curse before the festival began in chapter 1, I believe. And now it's already like the day after is already going to be the festival, and he just kind of now heard about it, just mentioned, right? I think he's getting less exposition this time around. I guess we'll see. Shion's cold and quiet tone and Mion's harsh voice were quite the contrast.
おいおいおいおい、何の話だよ。知ってるなら教えてくれよ。俺だけのけ者なんて、なんだか気分悪いぞ。
Yeah, if you hear curse, you kind of want to hear more, right? I don't understand this. Someone explained it to me. However, Mion didn't seem to be all that willing to grant my request. She squeezed my hand in hers a bit, but when she realized I would hold my ground on this topic, she let go. There you
じゃあ
go.
さ、私先に酒
I
盛り
guess
の
she's
テン
gonna
トに行
allow
って
the
るよ。
exposition to happen.
早く来ないとケイちゃんの分なくなっちゃうからね。
ああ、分かってるって。すぐ行くから。
Mion left, trotting towards a particularly noisy tent on the other side of the shrine grounds. Before she got there, she stopped and turned back around. I showed no signs of going after her, though, so she ran off.
もしも聞いてないんだったら話してもいいけど、ひょっとすると聞かないで彼女と一緒にお菓子を食べに行った方
It's
が
like you might not want to hear this, Monka. Hey now, you've already gotten my full attention here. I'm not gonna leave without asking at this point.
ケイちゃんにも聞く権利があると思います。お姉はその権利を奪ってただけです。
Her voice was bristling with thorns, as if somehow blaming Mion.
一体何の話だって言うんですか？あんまりもったいぶられると不愉快ですよ。
Takano, realizing how prepared I was, looked across the group. After confirming that there were no objections, she opened her mouth. Ooh.
前原君はタタリを信じるかしら？
タタリですか？面白いとは思いますけど、あんまり信じては。
I felt their cynical stares and winced. It was like they were telling me it was stranger not to believe in curses.
ケイちゃんは間違ってないですよ。タタリなんて迷信もいいとこ。
Surely. That's all it is.
信じなくて当たり前です。
そうね。それにタタリを信じるかどうかは話を最後まで聞いてからゆっくり考えればいいことなんだから。
Said Takano, giving a little smile. They're trying to scare me. At least that's what it feels like.
じゃあ少し僕が話そうか。ケイイチ君はひなみ沢ダム計画を知ってる。
There's the dam project again. Oh yeah, the other day at Angel Mort, Shion, or Mion rather, told me all about it.
確かひなみ沢が丸ごと水没する巨大なダムの計画が発表されたって言うんですよね。
その通り。それに反対するために住民運動が結成され、国と激しい戦いを繰り広げた。
And they won. Sus. I've heard that too. The entire village united, using all the power at their disposal, mass media, political influence, and other things, and fought the country. The way Mion described it made it sound like a boast.
あれ？ずいぶん詳しいじゃないか。そう、その通りさ。わずか1000人ちょいの村人たちが中心になって結束して、国の施策を跳ね返したという。
Is Hinamizawa really only like 1,000 people with its population? Damn, it's tiny.
その辺はお姉に聞かされてませんか？
Or maybe those were just the active people, probably.
この辺りの武勇伝はお姉も好きですからね。
ああ、話してたよ。
そのひなみ沢の人たちが結束して旗揚げした反対同盟の事務所があったのがね、この神社なんだよ。
ほら、あの集会所がその名残よ。解散後は老人会のサークル活動にしか使われてないけど、当時はまさに最後の砦だったの。
Takano explained this, pointing a finger towards the assembly hall. I had been carrying things in and out of there all day. I mean, I would understand if they put an office like that in the mayor's house or something. But having an office on shrine grounds made it kind of feel like a base camp for Sengoku period warriors.
そんな心境だったんだろうね。彼らはひなみ沢の守り神様であるお社様を祀る神社に本陣を置くことで必勝を祈願したんだよ。
Oyashiro-sama. That was definitely it. They mentioned his curse before. Is it the same one?
ケイイチ君はお社様は知ってるかい？この神社の祀る神様の名前だよ。ひなみ沢を守ってると伝えられてる。
いや、よくは知らないです。
そうか。じゃあここから先は高野さんの方が詳しいかな。
The lore.
タッチ。
平たく言えば、
Oh, the music changes.
お社様は このひなみ沢に伝わる古い神様で、神聖なこの地が属性に汚されることがないよう守り
Yeah, no
続けてき
kidding.
たと伝えられ
Maybe
てい
even
るわ。
too much, one could say. So essentially, he's a basic standard guardian deity. Super xenophobic at that too, from what we know, seemingly. I guess you can find that sort of god anywhere you go.
お社様崇拝は一種の先民思想の表れではないかと研究されているわね。先民思想って言葉わかるかしら？
Chosen. Believing yourself chosen, a nationalistic belief that you are part of a superior race or that you're a special clan chosen by the gods. They believe that they're a superior clan, so they believe strongly in cooperating with others, but they also end up being exclusionary towards other clans. I won't go into too much detail, but it's the sort of national and religious ideas that lead to war. Of course, that goes for Japan too.
大昔のひなみ沢の人たちは自分たちは人間とは異なる格の違う存在だと強く信じていてね。下界との交流を汚れとして意味嫌ったそうなの。だから村に下界の人間が来ると汚れてお社様の罰が当たると強く信じ、何者も近寄らせなかったそうよ。
よそ者を嫌う村ってよく推理小説に出てくるだろ。
Hey yo, shoutouts.
典型的なそういう村だったらしいんだよ。
Xenophobic village indeed, yeah. This is not the same case.
一応名誉のために断りますけど、大昔のことですからね。今は違います。
Surely. Shion followed up quickly, having sensed the thorns in Tomitake's words. Tomitake, embarrassed at what he said, scratched at his head. So this shrine worships Oyashiro, thinking of Hinamizawa as holy ground, and it's a symbol of their traditional hatred of the outside world.
なるほど。だから下界からやってきた汚れたダム計画に立ち向かうためにひなみ沢の守り神様の神社に本陣を置いたと。
Correct, smiled Takano, pleased. She must dislike stupid people. Okay.
円担ぎも万端。村人たちは視力を尽くしてダム計画に立ち向かうんだ。その最中なんだよ。事実上、あの事件でとどめが入ったと言ってもいい。
Oyashiro-sama's curse.
ひなみ沢ダムの建設現場の監督がですね、殺されちゃった。
Murdered. Yeah. Dismembered even, right?
4年前かな。結構派手に新聞に載ったんですけど、覚えてません？
ちょっと知らないな。
部下と喧嘩して、ツルハシでめった打ちにされて、両手両足、首をもいで捨てられたんだそうです。
Scary.
バラバラ殺人だよ。一頃流行ったろ。
Such a gruesome incident. But it was just that, an incident. A person caused the incident after all. Should they really put it down to the curse?
その翌年にはね、ひなみ沢の住人でありながらダム推進派のグループを結成していた男がね、旅行先で崖から落ちて死んじゃったの。
Yeah, the string of weird incidents.
これは事故だそうよ。
Lots of weird deaths.
何しろひなみ沢中から敵視されていたからね。警察もかなり念入りに他殺の線を洗ったんだけど、結局
Just that accident, surely. Yep. Nothing more about it. Now it's an accident. This was the most curse-like one, but it's still far-fetched.
さらに翌年、今度はね、この神社の神主さんが原因不明の病で倒れて急死しちゃったの。
前の神主さんはこう言っちゃ失礼ですけど、ちょっと日和見な人だったんですよね。
Are you completely blind? Yeah, I'm actually, I'm legally blind. I can't see anything. You might be wondering how I'm reading your message right now. But I have like a secret TTS that reached chat to me in my ear. Yep. Correct.
村中が反ダムで盛り上がってるのに、神主さんは放っておけみたいな感じで。
Very sharp of you.
抵抗運動の象徴である神社の神主さんがそんな感じなんだからね。リーダーシップを期待していた当時の村人たちは失望し、中には怒りを抱く人たちもいたそうよ。
Not a good defeat then. I can sense them.
だから当時、年寄り連中はみんな
You know how you lose one of your senses, everything else gets enhanced? Boom.
これはお社様のたたりだってね。
It did seem like every year dam-related people the village had resentment towards were dying. It was pretty creepy.
しかもね、面白いことにこれらの事件や事故は毎年必ず
And it's tomorrow again, Roro.
ね、ちょっとたたりっぽくなってきたでしょ。
Yeah.
さらに翌年、つまり去年だね。今度は事故死したダム推進派のリーダー格の男の弟夫婦の奥さんが撲殺死体で発見されちゃったんだ。もちろん犯人は捕まったけどね。
ね、やっぱりたたりっぽいでしょ。
Scary. 4 years in a row. Each one of the incidents and accidents were relatively commonplace. But every single one of them happening on the night of the festival worshipping Oyashiro-sama? That's not normal.
年寄り連中はこの数年の事件ですっかりお社様のたたりを盲信しちゃって、若い人たちだって最初はバカにしてましたけど、今は誰も茶化しませんね。
Yeah, I can see where she's coming from. Even me, even if I didn't think there was a curse at all, thinking about all the incidents like this makes me feel like maybe it's real. Hope you enjoy the games. I'm surprised like overlap in the VS space is pretty large. I feel like it's fine. So far, it's pretty cool. I'm also kind of doing Umineko on this side as well. Both are very interesting. That's for sure. You guys reading those Chinese cartoons again? Yeah, you got me, dude. You got me. Caught in the act.
例えば今日のお祭り準備にしてもそうさ。ダムとの戦いで荒れていたとはいえ、何年か前までは綿流しはそんなに盛況していたわけじゃないんだよ。
まあそうですね。お社様のたたりの話がなかったらこんなにお祭りには集まりませんね。不信心者には罰が当たるかもしれない。だからお社様のお祭りには必ず出ようって言ってる人たち多いです。
Scary. Shio nodded as if she were mocking herself.
どうかな。圭一君もひょっとしてたたりは本当にあるのではという気になってきたんじゃないかな。
I mean, you can't just laugh off people related to the dam construction project all dying like that. If I even feel like this now, then the more superstitious members of the village must feel stronger than that.
まあ、それでも、たたりなんかないと思ってます。
Have a good sleep, man. Thanks for being here, man.
ですけど、信じる人たちの気持ちもわかるつもりです。
さすが。ケイちゃんは冷静に判断できてますね。
She grinned, realizing I'd rejected the curse.
たたりでもなく偶然のはずもないなら、さて、これらの事件はどういうことになるのかしらね。
Takano said, smiling playfully as if posing a riddle. Neither a curse nor a coincidence. But every year someone dies. What should we make of that then? Tomitake, catching on to the fact that I had no idea what to make of it, opened his mouth and came to my aid.
高野さんはね、人間の仕業かもしれないって言ってるんだよ。
Simple process of elimination would have gotten me there. I was a little taken aback at not having realized the answer immediately.
だってそうでしょ。たたりでもなく偶然でもないなら、 人の意志が
It's a
働いてるとしか考
ritual
えられ
killing.
ないもの。
Takano pressed on. I smiled bitterly in spite of myself. Here I was just few minutes ago thinking the very concept of a curse was absolutely absurd. When she suggested it was someone's doing, I ended up thinking there wasn't any way it could be a person. But she was right. It was either a curse or it was a person's doing. If unrealistic things like curses didn't exist, then the obvious next step would be to start thinking it was people behind it. But if that was the case, I glanced at Shion.
人間が犯人なら、確かにひなみ沢の誰かが犯人なんでしょうね。
Yeah.
現に、警察の大石さんはそう見てますから。
おいおい。そんなわけあるのかよ。
I thought I now knew the reason Mion didn't want to talk about this. If Oyashiro-sama's curse really existed, then that's fine. It would be divine judgment for the damn project business. However, if the curse didn't exist, which it obviously didn't, then the culprit would most likely be someone from Hinamizawa. The villagers had worked desperately to oppose the construction project. I knew they had used all sorts of methods to fight against it. If one of those methods was maybe...
お社様のたたりは、ダム計画抵抗運動の暗部じゃないかって囁かれてるんです。
She dryly put the words to my exact thoughts. Of course, I didn't expect it. She was from Hinamizawa, so I didn't think she'd come out and say it herself.
ちょっと落ち着いて考えれば、誰が見たってhinami沢の誰かの仕業だってわかることです。ダム工事に反対して得をする人以外、動機がないじゃないですか。
Logically, I guess.
それはそうだけど。
Admitting to the existence of a darker side of the damn conflict would be rude to Mion, who spoke of it so highly. So I couldn't just accept Shion's seemingly logical viewpoint.
それにね、警察の人は知らないだろうけど、hinami沢の人間にはわかる、hinami沢の人間の犯行だという証拠があるんです。
Okay. She rebukes me to keep my voice down.
ごめん。でも、その証拠って、一体。
必ず、一人が死んで、もう一人が消えるからです。
Yeah, that one. One more person disappears. Did that mean that someone besides the one who died from the curse was a sacrifice?
消えるって意味がよくわからないな。それは失踪するって意味か？
そうです。忽然と跡形もなく。
Scary. As she spoke, she pretended to do a trick with her hands like she were making a magician's hat disappear. One dies a mysterious death and one disappears, never to be seen again. A strange vanishing act. But then why? How does that equate to someone from Hinamizawa being the culprit?
実はね、hinami沢の古い伝統の一つにね。
It was her that disappeared, I'm pretty sure, and then Tomitake died. Oh no.
お社様の怒りを鎮めるために生贄を捧げたというのがあるの。
生贄？
ええ。
Wow.
すまきにされて底なし沼に生きたまま、じわじわと時間を。
That's kinda morbid. Takano, though explaining something pretty terrible, has a look of glee on her face as she did so.
文献を調べた限りでは、3日3晩をかけて。
Sinking for 3 days and nights? What the hell?
ほら、昔の人って結構ダジャレが好きでしょ？沈めるをかけてたんだと思うの。だから時間をかけて沈めるという意味があったんでしょうね。
She was the only one laughing at this. Was she telling a joke or something? Shion didn't move to deny it, but I felt the difference in temperature between her cool expression and Takano's.
この辺の話は まあ聞いて想像がつくと思いますけど、ひなみ沢の菱です。ひなみ沢に昔からいる人なら誰でも知ってますが、それを口に出すことはありませんね。
高野さんはひなみ沢出身じゃないけどね、詳しいだろう。彼女は郷土史とか民間伝承とかが好きでね、全部独学で調べたんだよ。
Wow, glaze her more, will you?
そんなにかっこいいものじゃないのよ。単なる知的好奇心。子供と同じよ。
Bit scary.
ただの怖いもの見たさ程度なんだから。
Tomitake laughed a little embarrassed.
ちょっと待ってください。ってことは何ですか？事件のたびに消えるという一人は生贄に捧げられているって言うんですか？
Yeah. Shion answers in one word before anyone else can speak. Someone dies, then someone disappears.
本当に生贄にされてるかどうかは別にして、過去の事件では必ず一人が死ぬ他に一人が消えてるんだよ。例えば一番最初のダム現場の監督が殺された事件も、複数犯のうちの最後の一人が未だ逮捕されてないらしいんだ。
それは単にうまく逃げおおせてるだけなんじゃないんですか？別に生贄にされたというのとは違うのでは。
まあ僕もそうだとは思うんだけどね。
Very sussy activities.
で、次の年のダム推進派のリーダー格の男なんだけど、
確か旅行先で崖から落ちて亡くなったんですよね。
落ちたのは奥さんも一緒らしいの。警察は懸命に捜索したんだけど、どうしても奥さんの遺体だけ見つけられないんですって。崖下の川は増水してたそうだからね。どこか川下の湖の湖底で土砂にでも埋まってしまったのかもしれないけどね。
The perpetrator of a dismemberment like that wouldn't want to be caught, so they'd be so desperate to run away and hide too. I thought I'd heard about cases where the corpse wouldn't surface after the person drowned in a swelled river like that. She vanished because of an unfortunate accident, but I still didn't see the connection to sacrifices. If you took each of the past incidents in turn, none of the disappearances evoked that terrifying of an image.
その翌年の神主の病死の時ははっきりしてます。奥さんが遺書を残したんです。死んでお社様のお怒りを鎮めに参りますってな感じのが、神主さんが亡くなった晩に自宅に残されてたそうですから。
The curse, it seems to turn up in this one though.
まあ真相は闇の中なんだけどね。その奥さんが受水自殺した沼は、さっき高野さんも話した例のでっかい底なし沼ってことになっててね。警察も沼を調べたそうだけど、遺品がいくつか見つかっただけで遺体は発見できなかった。警察は偽装自殺を疑って今でも探してるらしいよ。
Someone dies every year in the same way. Someone goes missing every year. Is she trying to tell me that everyone who vanished was kidnapped by some extremely efficient means and dumped into the bottomless swamp still alive and drowned to death? But a curse? That's unbelievable in its own right.
その翌年には、なんだっけ、ダム推進派の男の弟夫婦の奥さんだっけ、が殺されたんだよな。
消えました。北条聡君。
You hate it when that happens.
私と同い年の男の子です。
Oh, there's the Satoshi mentioned again. Oh.
殺された主婦の義理の甥にあたります。
Wow. I'm not sure if we knew the connection before, but he was the previous transfer student, right? Yeah. Shion cut in with a slightly strong tone of voice. She knew the boy who had disappeared pretty well. At least that's the vibe I was getting.
まあ、ざっとこんな感じね。必ず一人が死んで、必ず一人が忽然と消える。
Leaving the suddenness aside, the fact that each incident involved one person disappearing.
じゃあつまり、一人目が死ぬのはお社様のたたりで、 二人目が失踪するのは村人が
Yo,
生
Yuki,
贄
how
に
you
捧
doing,
げてる
man?
からだって言うんですか？
Eat per day. Hopefully it's chill at least.
ケイちゃん、
Kind of vibing over
たた
here.
りなんかないです。誰かがお社様のたたりという名で一人目を殺し、誰かがその生贄として二人目をさら
She
って
seems
るん
pretty
です。
adamant that there is no curse.
でもシオン、それじゃあ村の中に犯人がいるってこ
That
とに
would
なる
be
んだぞ。
pretty bad, yeah.
私は初めからそう睨んでます。結構ショックですよ。この昭和の時代にそんな古い因習で人殺しが堂々と行われるなんて。
It didn't have anything to do with our discussion, but I got the feeling that maybe Shion didn't like Hinamizawa very much. Mion enjoyed talking about Hinamizawa as its epic tales. So when she had avoided talking about Oyashiro's curse, which didn't paint Hinamizawa in a good light no matter how you looked at it, she was trying to not give me a bad impression of the village, so she didn't say anything. Shion, on the other hand, was somehow different. She wasn't rejecting the concept of a curse to purge the village of this bad impression, but rather because she strongly believed that a member of the village was the criminal behind this. Her conviction seemed a bit removed from the tight sense of community held by the people of the village. Once upon a time, they looked so alike you could mistake one for the other. But talking to her now, I was getting a powerful feeling that Shion had a completely different personality than Mion.
じゃあ皆さんはひなみ沢の誰かが犯人だと思ってるんですね。
Neither Shion nor Takano answered that. The deafening silence told me all that needed to be said.
じゃあ重ねて質問します。ひなみ沢の誰かが犯人なら
True, valid question. Who would it be if it is the case? Neither of them had a reply to that question either. Though it may have been rude to ask, I had hoped that they wouldn't have one. The reason I asked was to argue that their explanation that the culprit was from Hinamizawa was nothing more than one possibility. Shion caught on to my plan. She gave a painted smile at my petty spite and opened her mouth to speak.
私が言ったのは所詮状況証拠ですからね。
Yeah.
具体的に犯人の名前を知ってたなら警察に突き出してます。
Surely. As would anybody. Then what about Takano? She too smiled dryly as Shion had and opened her own mouth.
初めに誤解を解いておきたいんだけど、別に私は探偵さんのつもりはないのよ。
Yeah.
本音を言うとね、犯人が誰かなんてことには興味ないの。
高野さんも困った人だな。
Tomitaka gives a bitter laugh at her surprising opinion on the matter.
私はね、古式ゆかしい残酷な風習やおとぎ話に
Oh,
興
that's a
味がある
nice
だけ。
hobby, yeah?
知的好奇心で面白がってるだけなの。
Yeah, okay.
だから一連の事件も犯人は誰かってことよりも事件の存在自体が古い因習がまだ根深く残ってることの証拠だって思って面白がってるくらい。
Though she described herself as nothing more than a curious onlooker, her smile was as sharp as the tip of a blade. Women like her felt very strange and a little scary to me. Maybe it's just that I was in fearful awe of the person whose emotions I couldn't comprehend. Huh.
ま、私は全然面白くないですけどね。明日はいよいよ綿流しのお祭りですけど、
Yeah, surely it's gonna go just
誰も消えて
fine.
ほしくないです。
Happy fun summer festival times.
明日か。
Yeah, something like that, Verisi. The classic. That's right. It had completely slipped my mind. The string of murder incidents people attributed to the curse, it wasn't over. Last year's incident wasn't the end, and tomorrow night at the festival, would someone die and someone disappear?
明日は一体誰が死んで誰が消えるのかしらね。
She's really looking forward to this shit, bro. Takano said, running a comb through her hair with elegant movements, with a thin smile and a voice that nearly made me shudder. She almost looked like she was enjoying the thought of the incidents that could happen tomorrow, yeah. Then out of the blue we heard a loud round of applause. They seemed to be ending the drinking party early. Damn, he missed the whole thing, bro. Right, I was making Mion wait this whole time, wasn't I? True. Should I go back to her soon? Or I should go back to her soon?
高野さんもからかいすぎだよ。圭一君がすっかり真に受けてしまったじゃないか。
Yeah.
ごめんなさいね。また悪い癖が出ちゃったみたい。
Said Takano, sticking out her tongue bashfully. The strangeness in her expression was nowhere to be found.
高野さんはね、純粋そうな子を見るとからかいたくなる悪い癖があるんだよ。圭一君が真剣に聞いてくれるもんだから、ついつい調子に乗っちゃったみたいなんだ。
Unlike Takano, Tomitake seemed like a totally normal person with a common sense. They were apologizing after realizing what kind of impression they'd given me.
高野さんが今した話はあくまでもフィクションだからね。
Yeah, of course.
もしもさっきの話で圭一君がひなみ沢に持ってたいい印象が傷つけられてしまったなら、純粋に申し訳なく思うよ。
もう二郎さんたら。
高野さんも謝った方がいい。怖がらせてしまってごめんなさいってね。
They were arguing and messing around now. The strained air around us had already dissipated.
ケイちゃんもそろそろ戻った方がいいです。お姉は嫉妬深いですからね。
True.
私は顔を合わせると喧嘩になりそうだから、このまま帰ることにします。
Thanks for being understanding.
そうなのか？じゃあ俺はミオンのとこに戻って待たせたことを謝るかな。
迷惑をかけたね、圭一君。ミオンちゃんに圭一君を長く借りすぎて申し訳ないと伝えてくれないかな。
あ、はい。伝えても機嫌は直さないと思いますけど、一応。
Tomitake and Takano standing next to each other both began to chuckle.
じゃあね、ケイちゃん。明日のお祭り、どこかですれ違えるといいですね。
Surely.
会えるよ。
More awkward situations abound.
どうせ俺たちのことだ。賑やかにやってるに決まってる。
Yeah. Shion and I said our goodbyes to Tomitake and Takano. Before we could leave, Takano called out to us.
私の話を真剣に聞いてくれてありがとうね。前原くんがあまりに聞き上手だったんで、話しててとても楽しかったわ。
True.
聞き上手なんて、そんな。
I was just in a state of perpetual bewilderment from all the shocking topics being thrown at me one after another.
今日した話、面白かった？
まあ、興味深かったです。
なら、また今度も聞いてくれる？
Surely.
ひなみ沢の昔話とかおとぎ話にも興味深いものがたくさんあるの。もちろん、薄気味悪いのがたくさんね。
You wish getting into slice of life situations with anime girls was real? Real, dude.
私特選のをたくさん披露するわよ。
I was kinda happy, but kinda worried. I can't help but smile dryly and scratch at my head.
圭一君、もう行ってもいいんだよ。高野さんがからかっているだけさ。
They say goodbye again and run off. I heard Tomitake call out behind him in a clear voice that we would see each other at the festival tomorrow. When I went to the tent Mion was waiting for me in, she was nowhere to be found. Ah, you missed her, bro. I made her wait for so long, maybe she got mad and went home. After asking some adults passing by, I heard that she went home, talking to some relatives. Maybe I shouldn't have done that. But my regret for having made her wait wasn't enough to triumph over the impression that Takano and Shion's uncanny story left on me. Serial murder incidents had happened 4 years in a row. Would tomorrow's events make this the 5th? And the possibility that someone from the village was carrying this all out under the guise of a curse. the queer tradition of ritual sacrifice, entirely unbecoming of the Showa period we lived in. I regretted it a little, though it was too late. If none of those creepy stories had anything to do with me, then I should have let Mion pull me away from that crowd. I felt a little ashamed about letting my cheap curiosity get the better of me. Wow. Wow. Well, he got the exposition again, I guess. And we got reminders. Oh! Scrap. Wow, that's a lot of things. Scrapbook note 1, 2, and 3, and another one. A little elbow grease helps set up the festival achievement. I think we probably have time to go through these still. This might be a perfect timing, honestly. Wow. Assuming these are not turbo long. Let's find out. So from the scrapbook 1, 2, and 3, and then festivals around the corner. Alright, let's see. Lore exposition. Who knows? What is this? Oh, it's the like newspapers again or whatever. So these are probably pretty short if they're like anything like them from the first chapter. Exposition time though. Oyashiro-sama's curse. In the ancient Onigahuchi village, the anger of Oyashiro, his curse, was feared above all. However, it is seldom stated anywhere what eventually happens and what sort of divine judgment, curse, befalls them when Oyashiro-sama is angry. From various reports, all hell will break loose. Demons will come flooding out. The miasma from hell will flood outward and kill every villager, letting not a single one escape. The ones evoking images of the village being annihilated stand out the most. These terrifying ideas of divine punishment are in alignment with many other religious beliefs regarding the apocalypse, hell, and it's easy to imagine that they are just ways of convincing people to obey the teachings in order to prevent such an end. The conditions for inciting Oyashiro-sama's wrath are likely the same as the taboos in Onigafuchi village. I believe that when an act was performed that violates one of the taboos, Oyashiro was termed angry. And in order to quell his anger, they would perform the aforementioned sacrificial ritual. Oh, yeah, they seem pretty short. They are focused on a single tidbit, I'm guessing. Okay. Yeah. Alright, number 2. Let's go. The human sacrifice ritual. The ritual was a simple drowning involving plunging sacrifices into the swamp, which was considered hallowed. Of the rituals of the Onigafuchi village, this was unique in that the sacrifice would sink slowly over the long course of 3 days and 3 nights. I believe that it wasn't so much the killing of this sacrifice that was important, but rather the symbolism of making the sinking as them submerging of Oyashiro-sama's anger. For that purpose, they must have had a passion for learning various methods for keeping the sacrifice from sinking too quickly, for them to sink more slowly. Oh god. Unfortunately, as far as I can tell from the records, those methods were not recorded. My thoughts are that they may have used logs or some similar material to create a raft, then set up a scaffold on there, hung the sacrifice up with ropes, and let them sink little by little over time into the swamp. However, if that were the case, it would not be strange if the ritual implements used for such a ceremony were honored as holy and enshrined somewhere. That's kinda fucked up, bro. Doing some methods to make someone slink super slow into a swamp. That's actually really scary. Alright, number 3. Final tidbit of these before we see the prep. Implements used for the ritual. Ritual tools utilized for ancient religious ceremonies are commonly referred to as implements or ritual implements, and even now, some of them are enshrined on the property of Furude Shrine and the 3 families. However, the identifiable tools are all decorative and none appear to have been used in rituals governing the dark side of Onigafuchi village. As the Edo era came to a close and many traditional rituals were lost, were they lost as well? Or perhaps buried in the darkness? I don't believe so. Both the implements used on the night of the feast of the Onikakshi and those used during the sacrificial ceremony must still exist, enshrined away from the eyes of the masses. Without a doubt, they exist here, today, at this very moment, in Hinamizawa. Also, I'm nearly certain where they've been enshrined. What was once locked steadfastly has, for some reason, changed this year to a cheap-looking padlock. He may be able to do something about such a lock. However, it is not far from the assembly hall, nor it is ever far from the presence of people. However, I will not give up. The night when it becomes a blind spot to every villager in Hinamizawa is coming soon. Soon it will be Watanagashi. That was kind of ominous. They even did like a whole sound thingy there. Did you hear that? Holy. This is very foreboding. Alright, finally we got festivals around the corner. Let's go. Surely jolly times. Oh.
おいおい、今日のうちからへばっててどうすんだよ。本番は明日だぞ。明日は最後の最後。バッチリ深夜まで燃え上がっていくんだからな。よっせ。
I guess it's the police station, yeah.
よし、若さが一番だ。
みんなお疲れさん。綿流しはいよいよ明日だからな。今夜は早めに眠って体力を蓄えておいてくれよ。
They're very lax about this considering the string of incidents in the past years. Tomorrow was finally Watanagashi. Festivals are split into two groups, those who enjoy them and those who support them. The former only need prepare their minds, but the latter needs not only that, but also painstakingly crafted plans and preliminary arrangements. While the general majority attending goes about enjoying the festival without a care in the world, will be strained the whole way through. Why?
そりゃ決まってるだろう。全部終わった後のビールがうまいからだよ。
Good as beer, I guess. That's one shit-eating laugh. At times like this, it's best to have energetic, physically fit people. It wouldn't be worth it if you didn't do your best until the end, enjoying it the whole way.
ああ、来ました。
Oishi-san came in. Everyone hurried to stand up.
はいはい、皆さんお疲れ様ですね。そのままで結構ですよ。
お疲れ様です。
No. Not even my seniors, who usually talk big about themselves, can hold a candle to Oishi. We all bow as we were one of those cheering squads of old. Oishi Kuraudo, a detective just waiting to retire, one who doesn't pay much mind to rules and regulations, and doesn't do too much in the way of real work. Ouch. He looks like a rotten old man with a penchant for dirty jokes. My seniors, though, tell me he was a real fighter in his younger days, and that he may or may not have quite a heroic legend trailing behind him. Anyway, he surely had much more dignity and presence in the room than the section chief who came in with him.
皆さん、明日の綿流しの準備、本当にお疲れさんです。
Everyone present stands upright and lends their ear to the chief's directions.
昨年発生したように、連続事件を期待する愉快犯の出現が濃厚に危惧されます。各員、一層気を引き締め、犯罪の抑止のために任務を全うしてください。おっせ！何も起こらなければ一番いいんですがね。ですが皆さん、必ず事件は起こると考えてください。
Yeah, I don't blame him for saying that, yeah.
抑止が一番ですが、まあ多分無理でしょう。今年も誰かが死んで誰かが消えます。もう間違いなく。
Everyone apart from the section chief smiled painfully.
大石さん、そんなんじゃ困るよ。もっと真剣にやってくれなきゃ。
肝心なのは、祭りの夜を越すことじゃないんです。明日の夜、起こった何かに迅速かつ徹底的にどこまでも食いついていくこと。気合い入れてくよ。兜の尾を引き締めてき。お社様のたたりの化けの皮を完璧にひっぺかしてやるぞ。
There's a pep talk. Alright. Prepared, huh? Surely, yeah. Wow. Dude, that was good. It was good. That was honestly like a really good sesh for the full stream. We can even do like a bonus FGO or something. But yeah, this is a perfect pause moment. And next time we'll see Watanagashi Part 2. That's kinda crazy, bro. Chapter 7 of Chapter 2 will begin. Alright. There you go. That was good. Time went by pretty fast, I'm not gonna lie. That was nice. Very, very good. Alright, let's do like FGO or something. Just a bit of a closer here. But yeah, whenever there's more chill weeks, we'll probably do more of that. Because it's nice. Woo! Yo, liking! Sniping 5 gifted subs. Thank you so much.
For gifting 5 community subs.
Thank you, man. That was fun. Hey, I'm glad you liked it. I mean, I had a nice time too. It might not be the most exciting thing ever, just, you know, doing like a visual novel read along, but it's kind of nice vibes. So I'm glad you liked it too. Oh yeah, yesterday was Faye, who I failed that so bad. I just could not remember him at all. Classic. But today it's Shan Yu. Haha, more Chinese. Nah. Okay. Not a 5-star, but it is a dude, not permanent, not quick, not AoE. It is a man attribute 1, but not lawful nor balanced. Okay. Let's see, let's go with the, so it's not perm. It could be a friend point one then. It's limited or friend point. There's not that many limited dudes that are not 5-star though. But we should try one 4-star anyway. So, Arts or Buster. Limited 4-star dudes. Huh. This is a cheeky one. Let's go with frickin' Yamanami. Special Arts, limited 4-star dude. Man attribute. Okay, so it's not a 4-star. Okay. But it's Special Arts though. Whoa. And it's something good. It's either chaotic good or neutral good. Okay. So it's probably friend point then. Yeah, it has to be, right? It can't be welfare. It can't be story locked. It has to be friend point. So it's 2 or 1-star, but also not a Saber Berserker. Special Arts. So it can't be Saber Jill, for instance. It can't be Asterios or Caligula. So this should be very much narrowed down at this point. Is it Hans? It's probably Hans. Let's slam that Hans. It is not Hans. So it's either a 2-star or a caster. I'm guessing it's a caster, and I'm guessing it's Mozart. It is not. It was a 2-star. Frog. So what the fuck is this then? Special Arts 2-star male. Oh my god, it's Benkei, bro. That's crazy. That's fucking crazy, bro. It's Benkei. Okay, well, there you go. I bet this will be hard for a lot of people. I mean, it took me a few attempts as well, but still. Damn, dude. Freaking Benkei. Yesterday was Paris on JP, so the 2-star chain continues. Let's go with Shan Yu on this side. No, but it probably is a 5-star this time. Not a dude though. It's gender unknown or female, not permanent, not quick, not AoE. It is man attribute again, not lawful or balanced. Okay. Right. It's Lady Avalon. Who else would it be? Wow. Okay. So it's something Buster. 5-star confirmed. Female confirmed. Limited confirmed. Buster something. Oh, actually, it's confirmed. Buster single target, I believe. Yeah. Oh, it was man attribute. I'm actually stupid. There's no way she would be man. Chaotic good, so it's one of those. We don't know which one. Okay. Buster single target female. Human, is it chaotic good? It could be chaotic evil. Jolter? Jolter? No, so it's something good. Okay. So it's neutral good, I believe. Unless it's summer good. Or is it the other way? Can summer be on that side? I forgot. It's one of those two. Okay. It could be summer. But it's probably neutral good. Okay. Shelter. Not the case. Man attribute. Yes, yes, yes. Probably a summer servant, right? Huh. Single target basta. Assassin? Kawakami Gensai is chaotic evil, I would assume. So it's not her. Any other assassins that work? Probably not. Rider? Or should I think extra classes already? There's no ruler that works, I believe. No. Not Avenger. Moon Cancer. No. I wonder what attribute Phantasmoon is. Oh, is this Super Bunyan? She's Earth? Nani? Okay, so it's not summer. It's neutral good. She's Earth, huh? Gee. I don't think it's any of the extra classes then. Probably not. Alright. Is there a writer? Archer, Lancer, Saber. Hmm. Who am I forgetting here? Basically, we have everything besides the class. Everything else is known. I think it could still be a summer servant, probably. Let's try Passion Lips Summer. Okay, it's not her. She's not even man. I guess that makes sense, yeah. Fuck. Ay, ay, ay. Oh. It's probably summer, because there's so many limited summer. Oof. Oof, oof. Wait, who's the second SSR of Summer 1? It's Archurian, who? I forgot. Who is it? Who is it? I'm going through all the summers in my head, but who's the second SSR in Summer 1? I'm blanking so bad, bro. Archurian, who? Bro. Who is it? Summer 2 is Nero and Maid Alter. Wait, who the fuck is it? I should know this, like, instantly. What the fuck? It better not be that as well. Who is it? Who's Summer 1? Wait, who is it? I'm mad. I'm kinda mad. Why can't I should know this instantly. What the fuck? What? I don't know. I bet it is that one too, to make this worse. It might be that one. Oh my god. Who is it? Who the fuck is Summer 1? Ah! Summer 1 was so long ago. Is it a favorite of mine or something? What the fuck? Do I like this servant a lot? Dude, I'm having the biggest brain lag ever. I can't. I literally don't remember Summer 1. What is wrong with me? I can't, bro. I can't remember. Why can't I remember? Fuck, I'm so annoyed, bro. I'm legit so annoyed right now. It probably is not even... I just want to remember who it is. It might not even be that servant in question. It might be someone completely different. Who the fuck is it? Who the fuck is Summer 1? Surely it's a normal class too. Definitely not an archer, because archery exists. Who the fuck is it? It has to be a popular servant too, right? It has to. Fuck me, bro. I'm so mad. I'm legit fuming. I'm legit so mad. I'm legit kind of fuming. I'm turbo fuming. Who is it? I'm so mad, bro. I'm gonna break my desk in half. There can't be that many options because it's a popular. It has to be somewhat popular because there weren't that many servants around back then too. Oh my god. Oh my god. I don't know. I just don't know. I'm beaten, bro. There was 2 SSRs, right? There always is minimum 2, sometimes 3. Summer 1 was guaranteed minimum 2, and it was 2, I believe. It was definitely 2. I did. I'm so mad about it too. I'm legit actually like. Okay, Coin. Since I don't remember the servant anyway, answer me this: is it the servant in question as well? Is it actually the one that's being searched in here as well? Is it actually the same servant? Because I assume you know what it is. Just yes or no on that. You don't, because I don't know who the servant is anyway. I'm still trying to think. Like, is it actually the servant? You haven't done, but it matches up. Hell no! Hell no! Who the fuck is it? Single target buster. What the fuck? It's not Martha. She's in the same event, but she's the 4-star. And she's single target buster, but she's a 4-star. Oh my god. I don't know. I don't know. I'm gonna cry, bro. I'm legit gonna cry. Who is there besides Archuria? It has to be someone popular. It's not Ishtar. It's not an Umu face. It's not a John face. What the fuck is it? It's not Shisho, because she's the welfare. Ooh, 5 stars. How the fuck? I'm about to tweak, bro. I might have to give up. I'm gonna go for classes now. I'm just gonna go for classes. But I know it's not archer. It can't be an archer. So let's go Ladster. I don't know, fucking Eresh or something. Fuck me in the ass, bro. It's not a Ladster. Okay, Rider. I don't know. Fucking hell. Let's go with the Bullet. I went Russian there. Ooh. Andromeda. Yeah, it's Andromeda, clearly. It's not a Rider either. Are you fucking kidding me? Da Vinci. It's a caster. What? It's Ilya then, I guess. But who's the servant then? So wait, who's the Summer 1 servant? Who is it? Who is it? Who is it? Just tell me, since we're done with this. Who's the other Summer 1 SSR? It's Tama Lancer! You're so... how do I forget that? That's crazy. That's actually crazy. That's actually crazy. How do I forget that shit? That's actually crazy. She was the one I liked the most of Summer 1 too. And I have a Grail one on JP. Oh, I had the biggest brain fart ever, dude. I don't think she would have matched because she's not man attribute, but yeah. Wow. That's crazy. Alright, wow, that was fucked. Okay, Mosaic. Oh, this is very specific art style. Holy shit. Shit. This is so specific. I think it's upside down, probably. I want to say, like, this is, like, Bakken or something. Oh, it's so specific looking. It's so artsy. It's Bakken. I believe. Oh my god, I'm actually the GOAT. I'm actually the GOAT. Fucking redeemed from the previous thing. Oh my god, I'm actually the GOAT. Holy dude. Okay. Actual redemption alert. Alright, JP. Ooh. I know who this is. This is Bedivere. He has his hand like this. And then the other one on the side. This is Bedivere. This is the hand in the middle of his like stomach. Watch this. Easy. Easy. Okay, actually turbo redemption on the Mosaic. I don't know what happened with my brain on the JP Classic, but yeah, holy moly. Feels good, man. I think I can wrap up there, honestly, yeah. You're chatting, I might be watching. Yeah, but I kind of redeemed myself, so it's all good now. Yeah, okay. Holy brain fart, though. But there you go. Woo, we did it, boys. We did it. A good stream. Great stream, even. Next time is probably going to be really spicy for Higurashi, honestly. Should be very, very spicy. So, yeah. Maybe not next week, though, because next week is like a new update for JP and Star Rail. So we're probably busy with, you know, covering gacha game stuff. But as soon as there's a chill week, I'm sure we'll be back. Because especially now, it's going to be interesting to see because it's going to be a spicy little thing. But yeah, that was great. Hey, for today, thank you so much for the subs, the resubs, the gifted subs, the bits, and the tips. Thank you, Coin. The follows, and most importantly, thank you so much for being here, hanging out with me today. These are always going to be like kind of quiet streams because they're like visual novel playthroughs. But hey, to everyone watching and even chatting, thank you. Very nice. Hopefully you enjoyed it. And tomorrow, we'll be back with mostly CS2, but we're probably going to do an impromptu meme review at the beginning. So if you still want me to check out something on stream, post on the Reacts forum on Discord. It's under Myst Reacts. It should be like at the top of the general channels or something. So post there and we'll go through all the posts since the last meme review. Most likely at the start of tomorrow's stream and then try to click some heads. Also vote for Sub Saturday if you are a Gal Gang member. You have time until the end of tomorrow's stream. Subsets are back. Woo! Okay. There you go. Have a great rest of your Thursday or Friday, wherever it is you're at when you're watching this. And otherwise,